The Minnesota House Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice Reform will come to order. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
Present.
Vice Chair Frazier.
Present.
Representative Johnson.
Present.
Representative Edelson.
Present.
Representative Feist.
Present.
Representative Grossel.
Present.
Representative Hollins.
Present.
Representative Hewitt.
Present.
Representative Cleaborn.
Present.
Representative Long.
Present.
Representative Lucero.
Good afternoon.
Representative Mueller.
Present.
Representative Novotny.
Present.
Representative O'Neill.
Present.
Representative Pinto.
Present.
Representative Poston.
Present.
Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh present.
Representative Vang.
Present.
Representative Zhang.
Present.
That concludes roll call with 19 present.
Well, with 19 present, we do have a quorum. I do want to remind the public this hearing is being held pursuant to House Rule 10.01, which allows us to hold hearings on these virtual platforms in response to the COVID epidemic that requires social distancing. You can visit the Minnesota House webpage for viewing that House Rule 10.01, as well as visit the committee page for this committee on that website for instructions on how to access this hearing via streaming video, as well as instructions on how to participate in public testimony. Members, thank you for the indulgence of a few extra minutes to get us started. We do have quite a bit of time carved out for ourselves to be able to conduct today's business. Excuse me. It is my hope that we're not going to use up all that time, but it's there for us to use. I do want to say very quickly that obviously, our amendments and our amendments to the amendments are in. And, quite frankly, I'm really looking forward to our conversation today. One of the things that if I'm going to editorialize a little bit, one of the things that I prefer and appreciate about the Minnesota House is the committee work. I'm not necessarily a big fan of the chamber and floor action, although that's absolutely necessary. But I've found over the years that our most meaningful interactions and conversations and explorations and challenges happen here at the committee level. And I want to commend all the members from all sides of the aisle here for putting forward amendments that, in my opinion, meet that standard of quality interaction that we hope to be able to have today. I'll light a candle at some point to see if maybe that approach will continue once we hopefully push this bill out and we can continue to have that conversation throughout the rest of this process. But with that, members, we did lay the chair did lay House File 1078 as amended, which is to be our vehicle for our omnibus bill. The chair did lay that on the table a couple days ago. And so the chair moves to take that from the table. So my motion then at this point is to refer House File 1078 as amended to the Committee on Ways and Means. And we'll begin the process of amendment. Perhaps, Representative Johnson, I didn't think to do this, and I apologize. I meant to reach out to you earlier, but I certainly would provide you an opportunity to just perhaps make some comments as we prepare to engage in this amendment debate and discussion.
I appreciate the opportunity. This is more than likely our last committee hearing. I want to thank you and your staff and the work they've done. Sometimes the things have gone very well. Sometimes things have been a little contentious. But we both want to do what's right for the safety of the public, of the citizens of Minnesota. I have a different opinion of what your side has, and we'll be discussing some of those issues today and probably a lot more on the House floor. But I want to thank you for how things have worked this year. It's that unfortunately, this virtual is not working well as far as I'm concerned, because we don't see who's available to testify or ask question to. And this is where the work is done. That's where we actually need the people to be present in the room, where we can discuss things, where we can talk back and forth. And we might have a bill up where a person's not even signed up to testify, but a question comes up from another testifier. And we used to be able to look back, look around and see somebody we could ask that question to get proper information and proper answers. And unfortunately, we were not able to do that this year.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Johnson. I do agree. I think perhaps one of the biggest lessons for all of us through this historic period of time is, perhaps providing an opportunity for us to truly value the human presence with one another. Virtual is okay, but it certainly does not replace the powerful dynamics that exist when we're physically all in the same room. All right, members. Representative Johnson, you said something that triggered for me, and I apologize. I meant to mention this earlier. I am hoping to hold some informational hearings in the throughout the remainder of the session. Not too many, because we're going to be pretty tied up, primarily on the floor. But there are a couple of issues, and if we can work out the schedule, we can do that. I know, for instance, Representative Poston had made an appeal to have a conversation on school safety. That seems, a pretty important issue for us to do. There are gun regulation issues that are still out there. We may well hear those as well, and a couple of other bigger issues, as well as some issues perhaps that, if time allows, that we didn't get a chance to do a little digging into. So please stay posted. I'm not promising, because after this the schedule kind of gets taken out of our hands. But if we can do it and people can make it, I hope to be able to do that. All right, why don't we begin the process then? Members, the chair does have a amendment, and so I would move the A33 amendment. And the A33 amendment is before us. Trying to think what's the best way to do this. Let me explain the amendment. And then there are two amendments to the amendment, one from our minority party, and then one that I'm offering as well. Members, very quickly, the amendment makes a number of changes to the DE. Right off the top, one of the things we do is we reduce the appropriation for the BCA for investigations of sexual assault related to the National Guard investigations. You all probably recall that bill that we heard several weeks ago. There's a revised fiscal note that showed a reduced cost, and so we're making that in this amendment. A big part of this amendment is establishing a body camera grant program within OJP, the Office of Justice Program, at the Department of Public Safety, for grants to local enforcement agencies for BWCs, body-worn cameras. Frankly, members, this idea came from discussions directly with law enforcement over the course of last couple of years. And some of you who have served here for a while know that we've done some good policy work on body BWCs, body cameras. However, we've often blanched at the thought of resourcing those, because the cost could be quite big. The intent here is not to cover every BWC potential expense right off the bat in the state, throughout the state, but to get us going. I think this is critically important for the sake of building trust between the broader citizenry and its law enforcement units. It's one of those areas that there's actually quite a bit of consensus about the desire to have them be deployed. Many of our law enforcement officers feel that body cameras can be very useful for them in terms of explaining and their actions and protecting their rights. Similarly, many advocates feel that they're very important for explaining their interpretation of what happened and ensuring that the rights of regular citizens are being upheld. So this would establish a grant program, as I mentioned. It's $1 million per year that the amendment would be appropriating. There's a provision of a requirement that there be a 50% match, so that there's skin in the game, for our locals relative to this state investment. The OJP must give priority to applicants who don't have a BWC program, but we're not excluding those who do. There are ongoing costs beyond just acquiring the hardware, particularly with data retention. And there's also a requirement that the OJP grant at least, we're not setting a ceiling, but at least one grant to law enforcement agency located outside the 7-county metro area. There are conditions that accompany accessing state resources, and these include prohibiting the altering, erasing, or destroying any recording made with a BWC or data related to the recording prior to the expiration of the retention period under Chapter 13, our privacy laws, except that full unredacted recording of a peace officer using deadly force must be maintained indefinitely. There's a requirement that law enforcement agency for a deceased individual's next of kin allow viewing of all recordings related to the incident within 48 hours. A head of a law enforcement unit can deny a request for viewing if they can articulate a compelling reason on how this might interfere with their investigation. So that's sort of the balancing act relative, to this instrument. And if such a request is denied, that official then needs to provide a notice to the family of how they might seek relief from a district court. So creating a process by which, that ban or bar could be challenged, essentially an appeal process. It would require the law enforcement agency to release the recordings to the next of kin in those situations within 90 days of the incident. Much of this is guided by de facto best practices that we find here and across the nation. It requires, finally, whenever practicable, so it's a key phrase, that an officer who's operating a BWC while entering a residence, entering someone's home, notify the occupants of the residence that they're being recorded. The amendment also, beyond that, reduces the appropriation from the Office of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives. It doesn't sound it's not as terrible as it sounds. Basically, that office was structured in our original language to be a freestanding office over the Department of Corrections. They've requested instead to be folded into DPS. And that then operating within that structure is going to generate some savings relative to the original appropriation. The amendment reduces the transfer from MinCor at DLC to 6,264. It relates, the amendment also relates to the regulation of no-knock warrants. This also came as a result of discussions that we had, particularly with chiefs and sheriffs within the last week, where they pointed out a number of things, including properly referencing, who the CLEO is, not just the chief of police, quote unquote, in the language. It also removes the quarterly reporting, and I actually heard from a number of members about this as well. It instead requires that the agency report the use of a no-knock warrant to the commissioner no later than 3 months after the date that warrant is issued. And so what law enforcement shared with us is that no-knock warrants have become, rare, not common usage, perhaps as before. And so heavy constant reporting in a short period of time, not only did make sense, but also, provided, some burdens that were unnecessary for administration of these law enforcement units. There's also a provision that Representative Frazier can speak to, which relates to the collection of police misconduct data, removing informal complaints from the list of complaint types. This also came as a result of a conversation that we had with chiefs and sheriffs. There is a removal of the requirement that peace officers notify when they are using their body-worn camera. So this is for overall body cam use, not just limited to the grant program. There is, and so one of the things we heard is that that impedes good practice often out in the real world. There is a requirement. Again, this is in addition to the grant program, but outside the grant program, requirement that law enforcement agency release recordings to next of kin in those deadly force use within 90 days. Let's see. There's also a provision here where we're mirroring the language of Senate File 304. This was Representative Quam's bill that we passed out last week. Our intent is to mirror the Senate language, but because that language came in later, we currently have in the bill the older language, and so this just aligns that language. And this is the bill that has to do with responsibilities related to confidential informant use. And then finally, the amendment moves the policy language, as I mentioned earlier, for the MMIR office so that it's now placed in the department that they wish to be in. So that's the amendment, and open to discussion. And actually, there are amendments to the amendment, so maybe it's probably procedurally better that we do that. And we'll still have the full amendment before us. There is a A40 amendment. Will anyone be offering that amendment?
Chair Mariani, that'll be me.
Very well. Representative Johnson moves adoption of the A40 amendment to the A33 amendment. To your amendment, Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, members, the A40 deals with testimony we heard yesterday from sentencing guidelines. This is the issue dealing with prosecutor-initiated sentence reductions. During the testimony yesterday, sentencing guidelines said there'd be problems with that. There's some issues that need to be taken care of before this goes forward. And so I'm going to ask that we remove that section of it for now until we can work with sentencing guidelines to actually figure out how it would work, how the reporting would work, and what would it actually, let's have a chance to look at what would it actually do to deal with when sentences fall outside the sentencing guidelines, and changing it once they've been once sentences have been issued by the judge. So to make sure that everything's done right, I think we need to take a deeper dive into it before we actually move forward with it. And I'd ask for your support.
Very well. Representative Pinto.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to Lee Johnson. I looked at this with Representative Moeller, who's the author of the proposal, and it sounds like there actually was a misunderstanding in the testimony yesterday. Members will recall the concern being that the Sentencing Guidelines Commission wouldn't have information from prosecutors that they could use to make the report. But actually, what was being missed in that is the reference in the bill a little bit farther on down to the fact that when one of these resentencings is done, the judge is required to send information directly to the Guidelines Commission. So the point is the Guidelines Commission will in fact have the information. I've got, there was an exchange between Representative Moeller and the Executive Director of the Commission yesterday clarifying that. I don't know if they would have had a chance to connect with Representative Johnson, but to confirm that is not a concern, and certainly think we would not want to take out the entire this entire really important proposal on the basis of that. So I'd urge members to vote against the amendment.
Yeah, I found out about this pretty late as well. I did hear, Representative Pinto, that you were tracking this, and as you recall, during the hearing, I also had expressed concern that, well, they can't collect data, you know, we're not ready, but that does not seem to be the case. And again, you know, pretty late breaking news. Unfortunately, it would have been great if Director Wright said, you know, thought about this a little bit fuller before he offered his testimony the other day. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, I still think we need to look at it deeper. I'm hoping members will support this. I think this is going to be an issue where it could cause greater sentencing disparity. You'd have the original sentence in the guidelines, and all of a sudden you're doing a huge, might be doing a huge downward departure in sentencing. And that is what sentencing guidelines was set up to stop the sentence disparity. So it's a consistent sentence across the state. And this, I think this is going to turn it upside down if we don't remove this section.
Okay, very well. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I also just had a conversation with with Representative Moeller. Unfortunately, it was after the time that I met with my own team, and she expressed to me the exact same things in a little bit more detail than Representative Pinto just explained. And it was an absolute miscommunication. And then she further went in to explain why the need of the bill. And, you know, once someone has been sentenced, there isn't an opportunity to revisit that. And this would be an opportunity to kind of revisit that sentence. And the reason I say that that might be important is, again, I used to work at Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge, and we often have two ladies that come and testify before us that actually were clients of Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge when I worked there. So it's kind of come full circle. And they both tend to share their stories of how they had been incarcerated over and over and over again. And their core issues were chronic dependency on drugs and alcohol. And they didn't have this opportunity to, you know, once they got treatment and got healthy and so on, to revisit the sentence. And so the bill is drafted in that sort of framework of let's revisit those that maybe were sentenced quite some time ago even, and have done really well in treatment or other things. And so I wish I had had this information more clearly before I had the meeting with my team, but I'm going to actually be not supporting my team on this one because I think that this is something that could be helpful. And in light of a very long conversation I had with Representative Moeller, as she and I talk often, I'm actually going to be opposing this amendment as well, respectfully to my team. But after speaking with her, I really do see the potential merit. I know she had said that they had done this in other states and the amount of resentencing was very, very small. Who knows what would be here in Minnesota, but at this moment, I'm going to oppose this amendment myself, based on all of that and realizing that the testimony was based on erroneous information. They didn't read the bill thoroughly, and there's actually a worksheet that should be filled out and sent to where it needs to be sent to, so Sentencing Guideline Commission can do what they need to do. So, long explanation for that, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, very well. Thank you. Any further discussion? All right. Well, then, seeing no further discussion, Representative Johnson moves adoption of the A40 amendment to the A33. The clerk.
It can be by voice vote. It's not, roll call is not. needed.
Okay, very well. A voice vote is fine. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
No.
Opposed? Same sign.
No. No. Oh.
Motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. The next amendment to the amendment is actually my amendment. And so let me move that. It's the A41 Amendment. This is basically a technical change to reflect the spreadsheet. However, in all transparency, I do want to alert Representative Mueller that this does impact the bill that she presented, which I actually support. And so I'm kind of a little bit in pain about this one. Because, you know, I'm not quite sure what happened in terms of the numbers when we did all this, and this came pretty late for me to be able to, you know, then, you know, our discovery of it came pretty late for us to then, you know, figure out how to stick within the amendment rules here. But I do hope and intend to be able to get that appropriation up to the level that the author wanted. I think it's a meritorious program, but at this point, in order to make sure that we're following our own processes and that we don't have a spreadsheet that differs from the text of our bill. I'm moving the A41 Amendment to lower the 250K amount to 150K, and I believe that's a yearly appropriation. Discussion, members. Representative Johnson, you okay with a voice vote on this?
Yes, I am.
All right, very well. All in favor of the A41 Amendment, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, same
Aye.
sign.
No.
Nay.
No.
No.
Motion prevails and the A41 Amendment is adopted. Members, we're now on the A33 Amendment as amended discussion. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, one thing I have a question about is on the body cam grants. They are in OJP and not through post board, where a lot of times I believe these would be in post board. Is there a reason they're in OJP and not post board?
Representative Johnson, not a terribly definitive one, other than that LJP has, you know, pretty extensive and strong experience in an infrastructure for making statewide grants. I'm also particularly worried, you know, in my opinion, we have an understaffed post board and an under-resourced post board that's taking on quite a bit of responsibilities coming from all sides. We've got several in this bill. So really, it's more about having a strong management relative to this type of activity. Also, being clearly, in the Department of Public Safety, where they have their own experience relative, to body cams, and you've got, law enforcement, individuals within that department. It just felt like a strong place for it to be.
Okay, then the other question I have on this, there's roughly 500 police or law enforcement agencies across the state. Yet only minimum is one from greater Minnesota that can receive these grants. Yet a small percentage of the law enforcement agencies are inside the 7-county metro area, and the vast majority of them already have body cameras. It's our small departments in greater Minnesota, or 1, 2, 3-man departments, that don't have this opportunity because they don't have the funds to do it. Those cities are struggling to keep their sewer plants going and their streets paved and the potholes filled, not even worrying about body cams. And you have this where it's set up, it's all going to the metro area. Only one, there could be 25 given out, only one has to go to greater Minnesota. I'm really disappointed in that. There's a few other things in here, removing the funding for the program for representatives, not only Representative Mueller's district, but also in up in St. Cloud. It's a great program. It works. I don't support things unless it works. So I have problems with whole amendment, what's going into this, where it's taking funds away from things that work, setting them up against others, removing money or reduce the amount that was taken from the MinCore program, which is good. But then you use that same funds that you took away to take away from a project that actually works. So I'm going to ask my members not to support this author's amendment. Generally, we just let them go, but there's some things in here that I can't let go. So I'm going to ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Very well. There will be a roll call. Representative Johnson, if I can just respond quickly, because I want to make sure, my intent is on the record. Let me start with the smaller one first. With the programs that Representative Mueller, advanced, and I think enjoyed, some strong support here. It is my intent to get us back to that number. There's a bit of a technical process issue for us that, by the time we discovered the error, it's one digit. Our ability to amend it, went beyond I was only left with amending the amendment at that point. It is my intent to get us back to that number. I do think that's a good program, and I do think that, in fact, Representative Mueller is addressing an underserved community that's present in greater Minnesota, and those demands are certainly there. So I'm stressing that because I'm on the record here. And that is certainly my intent. But I totally get and understand, you're questioning and challenging that decision. Totally get it. As to the body cam design, it may appear to be sort of an anti-greater Minnesota design. It isn't. In fact, what we were worried about as we constructed this is that unless we spoke to this issue, precisely because we've got lots of small municipalities and law enforcement entities across the state who may not be ready for all sorts of, practical reasons, not having to do with their desire as much as just having, be able to do the 50% match, having time to have this conversation in their communities, et cetera, that if we would run the risk that if we set some kind of a percentage, 50%, 30, whatever, that we might wind up not using these funds. And so basically where I fell then is, well, let's just make sure that there's at least one out there, and it's not a ceiling, it's a floor. And so my hope is that there will certainly be more than one. So that's sort of the kind of the fine needle that we were trying to thread here. I'm certainly open to figuring out stronger language, that can maximize that. I do think that, the usefulness of this instrument is most likely as true in the smallest, law enforcement unit as it is with the largest. But I do understand, the concern, and be willing to work out stronger language to make sure that we have something that in fact doesn't allow money just to sit there and then we lose it. At the same time that we're making sure we're maximizing the ability of our smaller units out there to be able to have access to this and not have de facto geographic discrimination arise out of that. All right, further discussion on the amendment as amended. Representative Poston.
Thank you, Chair Mariani. This is just a quick comment. The missing and murdered Indigenous department or office that's going to be put together. I see that there are several other states that are doing the same thing, and this is really, really important work, no question about that. Over the weekend, I was listening to an interview with our first Indigenous secretary at the federal level.
Wow.
Secretary, I think her name is, and if I pronounce it wrong, forgive me, Hayland. She is the Secretary of Interior. And she made a comment that her number one priority as the new Secretary of Interior is going to be putting together an office for missing and murdered Indigenous women. So I would really encourage you and the author of the bill to certainly look into that. And hopefully we would work in coordination with them. And hopefully we wouldn't duplicate, any efforts as well. Thank you.
Yeah, very well. Thank you. I did not know that. So that is welcome news, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just checking my notes here. Give me a second here. Oh, I see. Yeah. The message I was getting is that, and I'd forgotten this in our conversation with our Metro, and Representative Poston, this goes to Representative Johnson's observation, that in our conversation with them, and I'd forgotten this, that most of our Metro law enforcement already have body cams. And so apparently a good chunk of this is going to be reserved for expansion of body camera to greater Minnesota. The language, let me just look it up really quickly. The 50, no, that's the match. Yeah, so we're looking with this language to, get departments going. We're not discriminating, if you will, against departments that already have it. Here it is, yeah, so there's priority in the language given to applicants who don't have body-worn camera program. So the priority is, the language by doing that priority puts a pretty heavy expectation that these funds are going to be flowing not to the metro area where, the majority of our units already have cameras, not all, but already do. And so they'll still be eligible, those who do. But the priority is to get departments going with body cameras. And so that's going to skew, that investment, quite frankly, into greater Minnesota. And I think appropriately so. So again, I just wanted to make sure that I've got a good response to Representative Johnson. And I certainly hope he would reconsider, opposing the author's amendment. This is really a good way for us to, quite frankly, support, our local law enforcement units, and particularly be able to do that in a way where, we're trying to funnel good resources out to greater Minnesota. All right, any further discussion? Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly to Representative Poston's comments about the potential establishment of the nationwide office. I don't want us to lose attention to the fact of how many federally recognized tribes that we have in the state of Minnesota, and the importance of having an office like this. But at the same time, I'm familiar with, we also have a national office of the EEOC, but we also have our Department of Human Rights here in the state of Minnesota. And they've had to expand their regional offices because they don't often have the resources to keep up with the number of claims that are filed on a year-to-year basis. And as well with the National Office of the EEOC, they can't keep up with all the cases that are filed. So I just want to keep that in mind. Just because we may have a federal office, it doesn't mean we're going to be duplicating. It just means we're going to be trying to keep up and work in tandem with those offices to make sure we provide the services that are necessary for these folks.
Well, and Representative Frazier, it also strikes me that, and I don't know much about what Representative Poston shared, and I do think that it's great that we've got a federal partner, if you will, stepping up. Based on, just a quick thinking about this, though, the inclusion of the term relatives in the Minnesota law is going to be able to basically protect more people. And so clearly, the history has been that, there's been this horrific, dynamic involving missing women, murdered women. You can imagine what some of that is about with trafficking, et cetera. But that's not an exclusive harm and evil that's being perpetrated just to women in those communities. We know, we're hearing from the communities that that's present with many others as well. And so I think we've got, in many ways, a much more inclusive approach than perhaps what the federal government is looking at. And obviously we need to look more closely at what they're doing. And that really does speak in my mind, Representative Frazier, to the wisdom of state legislation. We don't necessarily count on the feds to do, to take care and guarantee, our state rights. So we have a duty to do that, and we can do it in a way that's customized, as you referenced, in our state with, a large number of tribal nations that exist here in Minnesota.
Chair Mariani, if I could just,
please.
If I could just say, Representative Frazier, I just really thought this is an opportunity to have a collaboration and to work together and to help one another. This is a serious problem, and I was glad to hear that she was doing this. And I think that, like you said, Chair, having a federal office is just a really good thing. And we can maybe learn something from them. They can learn something from us, and we can all work together.
Very well said. Thank you. All right. Any further discussion on the A33 amendment as amended? All right. Well, then a roll call has been called for. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
Aye.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier.
Aye.
Vice Chair Frazier, aye. Representative Johnson.
No.
Representative Johnson, nay. Representative Edelson. Aye. Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist.
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel.
No.
Representative Grossel, nay. Representative Hollins.
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye. Representative Hewitt.
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleaborn.
Cleaborn, aye.
Representative Cleaborn, aye. Representative Long.
Aye.
Representative Long, aye. Representative Lucero.
No.
Representative Lucero, nay. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes no.
Representative Mueller, nay. Representative Novotny.
Novotny, no.
Representative Novotny, nay. Representative O'Neill.
No.
Representative O'Neill, nay. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston.
No.
Representative Poston, nay. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, nay.
Representative Raleigh, nay. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Zhang. Representative Zhang. Representative Zhang, aye. That concludes roll call with 11 ayes and 8 nays.
Okay, with 11 ayes and 8 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment 833 as amended prevails. Excuse me, members. I had too many amendments in my vocabulary there. All right, so next we have the A25 amendment.
Chair Mariani, that would be my amendment again.
Very well. Representative Johnson moves adoption of the A25 amendment. To your amendment, Representative Johnson.
This amendment deals with the Department of Corrections. I want to thank them for the work they did helping us put this together. You remember 2 sessions ago, or a couple years ago, we had the OLA report on the issues in the prison. And reading the report was shocking what was going on. And one of the recommendations they had was more oversight on the inspections with the prisons, more regular inspections. And that's what this does. In working with the Department of Corrections, they had included funds for more staff for inspections, and they've been talking with them, they can use those funds for this program. It's we talked about it earlier, and unfortunately at the time Commissioner Snell said he had some problems, so it wasn't adopted on an earlier bill. We have since worked on it, worked with them. Because of sensitive issues and security issues, it's very limited who's going to be on this council to do the overviews of the prison inspections, whether that's Department of Health inspections, OSHA inspections, security inspections. It's going to be a committee that is not under the Department of Corrections institutional part, but a different part. So there's no issues with there, but they'll give a report to the legislature as well. So we know what's going on. And the report is due on the off year, not the budget year, the off year. So if there's budgetary items, we can we can start planning for them and get them set up in the next year's budget. Everybody that's on this committee, people can apply, but only either appointed by the group that understands the security or appointed by the governor. So the security issue is well at hand, dealing with to make sure that our prisons not only are safe for our corrections officers, but also safe for the inmates as well. And also to give instead of just the commissioner coming in and telling us what's going on, it's another group telling us what's going on in the commission, in the prison, so we have a better understanding of what's going on. So I'm sure, like you, every one of us have received letters from the inmates saying one thing. We have the officers and other staff telling us one thing, and we have commissioner telling us one thing. This is an independent group telling us what's actually going on. So I think it's a good idea. And it was a recommendation out of the OLA report.
Very well, and I concur, Representative Johnson, and my understanding is you've worked pretty closely with DLC with the language here. I do think when you first came up with this, they were a little hesitant. So I'm glad you pressed because I am convinced of, just objectively of the need to have essentially a third, perspective on something as critically as important as this. I would certainly urge members to support your amendment. Any further discussion, members? Representative Johnson, I'm thinking a voice vote might work here.
That would work for me.
Very well. All in favor of adopting the A25 amendment, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails, and the A25 amendment is adopted. Thank you, Representative Johnson. Next, we have the A14 amendment. That's my amendment, actually. And so let me move, the chair moves the A14 amendment. Members, a couple of years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, we were responding to the opiate epidemic and created the Opiate Epidemic Response Advisory Council. So this is an existing entity that was administering some of the settlement monies that flowed from this legislature's working to hold private companies who have been selling prescription opiate-based drugs that have contributed to the epidemic that we have in our state and in our nation. If I recall correctly, Senator Rosen and the other body was instrumental in helping to create this particular entity that can take a pretty important step toward addressing addiction. So trying to get at the source and the of what's driving, both the tragic outcomes of opiate use, but also what's driving, much of the challenges to our criminal justice system. The awareness of late, if you will, although it certainly has been around for a while, has been with the use of a particular drug within the opiate family, commonly known as fentanyl, which is a pretty deadly product, if you will, that has some pretty high stakes, grave consequences for the safety of Minnesotans and the lives of Minnesotans. And so this amendment is a response to some pretty late developments from advocates relative to that particular issue. And so what the amendment will do is to invest $500,000 a year in grants to that very existing Opiate Epidemic Response Advisory Council to be able to provide services addressing the addiction and overdose epidemic that's flowing from this use. In order to fund that, we do adjustments to the spreadsheet involving the shifting of dollars from not all the dollars, but just a portion of dollars from the quote unquote lexible provision, which is really the manual policy assistance that this bill is proposing to do with our local units of government to be able to beef up their policy manuals based on interactions with big sector standards, quality standards that exist across the state. We're going to continue to make that investment, But in order to meet this particular need, we'll shift some of those dollars over in order to make this possible. That Opiate Epidemic Response Advisory Council, by the way, currently exists within OJP. And so this will be a grant program administered by the Office of Justice Program. So that's my amendment, and I'll stand for any questions. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, actually, someone liked this amendment. In greater Minnesota, we have a big issue with fentanyl. It's coming back, both fentanyl and carfentanil. For those who don't know, the average person, you and me, 3 nanograms in our system is deadly. It's to the point where it's scary. It's an issue I've been looking at for a number of years. Another issue that's coming back like crazy is meth. The meth monster is back. The opioids, other than carfentanil, has pretty much gone away. But the biggest issue is where fentanyl is made. It's made in one country. We were working on getting that shut down, but now it doesn't appear that's going to happen with China. It's all made in China. So, but these grants are important to greater Minnesota because we don't have the facilities or the resources to have these programs. So I do appreciate this being put forward.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. I did, in fact, mention fail to mention that the amendment is constructed in such a way as to make sure that the funds are targeted outside of the 7-county metro, also specifically for greater Minnesota. My understanding is that there is quite a crisis that's happening in portions of our greater Minnesota communities. Further discussion. Representative Johnson, voice vote?
Voice vote. I will let you know if it's not going to be a voice vote.
Sounds good. I'll look for the sign. All right. All in favor then of the A14 Amendment, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails and the A14 Amendment is adopted. All right, members, next is the A23 Amendment. Is anyone offering that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's my amendment.
Very well. Representative O'Neill moves adoption of the A23 Amendment. To your amendment, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. This actually comes to me from the DOC. And when we looked at the new act that they're doing, which is the DOC Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act, one thing that was kind of left off the list of possible programming that they could do was programming for domestic abuse and violence. And, you know, I probably talked about this a few times in this committee, but upwards around 60% of those that are incarcerated with one of the DOC studies that they did do have domestic violence in their history. And so it is a very prevalent problem within those that are incarcerated. So it's, I'm sure it was just an oversight. So that's what this amendment does, is adds back in domestic abuse programming as an option for the programming that happens within the DOC. And it's again a part of the DOC Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act. And I ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members.
Very well, members, discussion. Representative O'Neill, it's a very you're making a very compelling and common sense argument. I support your amendment. Unless I get that sign from Representative Johnson, I'm going to go to a voice vote on this one. All right, very well. All in favor of adopting the A23 Amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails and the A23 Amendment is adopted. Thank you, Representative O'Neill. The A11 Amendment, someone offering the A11 Amendment?
Chair Mariani, that would be my amendment.
All right, Representative Johnson moves adoption of the A11 Amendment.
Chair Mariani, members, the A11 Amendment deals with the 2020 second special session law that we passed back, I believe it was in June or July, dealing with the use of force statutes. There was an issue that came up. It was supposed to go in effect March 1st. Unfortunately, January 29th is when the Attorney General's office finally released their guidance to the rulemaking board that puts together over at Post Board to put the rules together, and so they can do the learning objectives, so they can figure out what the training needs to be. That meeting was in the mid to late February. So they had like 13, 14 days to put curriculum together and get over 10,000 officers trained. It's not going to happen. Talking with the chiefs and the sheriffs, they're going to probably need till September 1st, now that the curriculum is getting started and they're starting to train their over 10,000 officers in the state. They're going to need till September 1st in order to get it done. So what this does, this just doesn't change anything to the current statutes that are causing some issues, because we now have Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota, and latest I heard now is Iowa refusing to let officers go across the border into Minnesota for mutual aid because of the law that was passed. But once we get this training done and set up, that might change, but we need time, and law enforcement needs time to get the training done. So this summer, the mutual aid contracts and stuff that are in effect, I can still go on until they understand the new training and how it's going to work as well, so they can have their officers come and help us with mutual aid. So I'm asking your support to just delay the effective date to September 1st.
Very well. And Representative Johnson, I do have an amendment to your amendment, and so I'm going to move that at this point. That's the A36 Amendment. And let me explain. First of all, I've actually have been on the record publicly of not being adverse to moving the date for some of the reasons that Representative Johnson has shared here today. I do, however, worry about sending the wrong signals to the general public about whether or not we're really serious about this training attempt. I don't think anyone's trying to get out of the training. I'm certainly not saying that, but I do worry, particularly in these times, that we may be signaling the wrong thing to many Minnesotans about our intent. At the same time, it actually makes no sense, Representative Johnson. The March 1st date has already passed, and I don't think you or I, want to assert that our local law enforcement units are all in violation of the law and should be heavily punished, all that kind of stuff. And so I'm trying to figure out a way to meet on this issue and continue to keep this ability for us to, one, keep the pressure on, and also do it in such a way that we can continue to have some time, to figure out, a more permanent solution based on the expectation of this critical training. And so my amendment would establish May 8th, which is a month from today, for that expectation. Some of our members have spoken with, and they've relayed to me, they've spoken with, some of their chiefs, and some of them are coming back with the information that you shared. So I think that's accurate, Representative Johnson. Others are coming back by saying, hey, listen, we knew about this training. We knew it was coming. We got ourselves ready and we did it. And so there is a bit of a mishmash of responses out there. And I don't know what's behind that, is if it's whether, particular leadership or, size of a department, or just the luck of the scheduled training. I don't know yet. And so I certainly want to learn more about that. So at this point, my proposal then is let's push it out another month. Let's gather that information and let's continue to have this conversation. We're still in session on May 8th. We don't finish officially until the 17th. So that'll give us an opportunity, to pick up that conversation at that time. So that's my amendment, and open it up to discussion. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, members, going to May 8th, 30 days from now I almost have to laugh. This bill won't even be, it might be sent over the Senate by May 8th. It'll be in conference committee. I don't expect it being passed until the last week at the earliest. If we can get a public safety bill passed this year. The differences between the bills this year are, I can't even explain the differences between the two bills. But this is an issue that's important. Yes, some departments have done some training. Without the guidance from the Attorney General's office to understand what the actual bill is, they were trying to get as much as they could. They haven't done the full training. A lot of them did the training without having post-board credits just to meet that May 1st deadline to give their officers a heads up of what is coming. And others have not, because they didn't know what they're going to do because of the cost of the training and the overtime that they have to give everybody. They could do the training if they think it's going to be this training, but it might not be this training depending on the guidance from the Attorney General's office. So now you're doubling up your cost for the training because you have to retrain them again because you didn't have the proper information to do the training, and the training curriculum may have not been approved by post board because it didn't have the proper information and the learning objectives. Talking with the chiefs and the sheriffs, it takes 6 months to do the training for all the officers in this state. Now, 6 months from March 1st is September 1st. That's what we went by with this amendment. They got the training objectives late February, right at the beginning of March. So now they can do those learning objectives, put the curriculums together, get them approved by post board, and get their officers trained the proper way. But by moving it to May 1st is a joke, or May 8th is a joke, because this bill won't even be passed. So it's a moot point with this amendment. So I'm hoping we do not vote in favor of this amendment. And I think it'd be a good thing to go back to keep it at the September 1st, where we have time to actually train our officers properly. Doing that is a disservice to every law enforcement officer and every peace officer in the state of Minnesota, and doing a disservice to their families who they go to work thinking they're doing the right thing, but because they haven't had the proper training, they get in trouble and destroy their lives and their families' lives, all because they couldn't get the proper training in time. So with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call and ask members to vote no against this amendment.
Very well. There will be a roll call. Representative Johnson, there are a number of things that can happen in this bill before it even gets to the Senate. We certainly have the time, to take any action if action is warranted. Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Chair. I guess what I'm most concerned about with this is I listen to what you're saying and I hear what about how if we need to make adjustments that we can still. With something as important as use of deadly force, I think we really need to give our officers enough time to get everything trained. And when I talked to my sheriff, he was adamant about how this is not a training that can be done online. And, before, when I asked a question about how much of the training, when we were adding some more requirements, can some of this be done online? And the post board told me that they have several online trainings that they use. This is not one of them, from what I understand. And so I think that we really need to be able, and I come from Southern Minnesota, and it's not like we have, we have incredibly dedicated officers, and they want to make sure that they're doing what is right. And my sheriff is very concerned that if they do not have enough time, that he might be sending some of his officers into harm's way. And so rather than putting something on, making a date that we might have to change again, let's just give them enough time to get this done so that we're able to really make sure that everyone's fully trained in the correct way and doing what the statute has asked them to do. Regardless of whether or not I support that, it's something that my sheriffs have asked me to do. So with that, I would urge members to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Representative Mueller. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I feel like we should just keep in mind, all of us, the timeline here. I mean, the change in law was in July of 2020. The underlying amendment offered by Lee Johnson would put the implementation date, more than a year after we decided. And remember, it was a Republican Senate, Republican majority Senate, Democratic majority House, but certainly a number of bipartisan votes, I believe, in both those chambers, signed by the governor, and a statement by all of us, by Minnesota's elected government, that we really need to have changes in how our officers are interacting with civilians and their use of force. And I credit Lee Johnson's point about hearing from law enforcement typically takes six months to bring training into place. But I'll note that that would be when it's a brand new thing, and then you've got the 6 months to go. We had a situation where the law changed in July. Understand the point about the guidance coming out when it does, but we've got several months going on then that this is extended past that. So it's not that full 6 months, but remembering that we had many months leading up since July of 2020. And again, a number of agencies then have taken advantage of that time and have put into place the training. So I really I appreciate, Mr. Chair, your secondary amendment here that recognizes that it does make sense perhaps to have a little more time. But to be clear, from July until now, we've had the law, had a statement by all of us saying that changes need to happen, and they need to happen soon for the safety of everyone involved. And so I think that it's a really appropriate stance that you're taking, Mr. Chair. And I feel like the comparison to a 6 month time frame, et cetera, does not really apply in this situation, given the many months leading up to where we've had here, where it's been very clear what the law is. So I support your secondary amendment, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Thank you, Representative Pinto. Representative Frazier.
I want thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Pinto. You covered much of what I want to say. I just want to make sure we stay that we keep our focus on the sense of urgency of this matter. I do understand giving a little leeway, so I appreciate the compromise. But there are some agencies or departments that have already taken advantage and they've gotten this training done. We have to remember why we're here, and we need this training now. Again, all eyes on the state of Minnesota right now. I don't want to continue to see continuous delays in this because of what that may say about how we have a sense of urgency around this issue.
Very well. Thank you, Representative Frazier. Representative Grossel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Just want to reiterate, Mr. Chair, that the AG didn't come out with this until January, end of January. So, I mean, to say that we've had plenty of time or that law enforcement has plenty of time, you got to give these officers and these departments the time to make the adjustments needed. This is an important issue. I mean, everybody says how important public safety is, how important it is for officers to be well trained, how important it is for officers to be able to adapt and to be able to deal safely with the public. And yet we're not going to give them enough time in being properly trained on use of force, especially when it comes to deadly force.
We are the Public Safety Committee. And Mr. Chair, please, as one who has been, as myself, one who has been involved in an officer-related shooting. All these people that we're hearing from, they have not been in those shoots. There are very few people who have been in those shoots, Mr. Chair. This is a matter of public safety at its highest level. Keeping the people that officers have to deal with safe and keeping our officers safe. So please, give them the time to get our officers prepared so that everybody goes home.
Thank you, Representative Grasso. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, I want to reiterate the guidance for the law to set up the training, to do the training properly, was not given till January 29th. To the Rules Committee, heavily redacted. The Rules Committee didn't finish their meeting and setting up the guidance that they had to put together to set up the curriculum till a week and a half before this law was this law was supposed to go into effect. Now, I don't know if I doubt you've ever been involved in writing curriculum to get the post-board approval, but it's not done in a week and a half. You have to write your curriculum, put it all together, send it in, they review it. They might send it back and say, change this, you fix that change, you send it back. Now you're 2 months in before your curriculum is even approved for post-board credit. Now we're a month, even at 1 month in to get your post-board approval, we're almost a month past they were supposed to have their training. And the law went into effect. It takes time to do this. Without giving them time, you're leaving a lot of peace officers hanging out to dry. So I think we need to say no to this amendment to the amendment and stick with September 1st when they can get over 10,000 officers trained. And I was talking to a friend of mine who had his department did do the training. They're rescheduling it because the training didn't fall under the outlines needed by post-board. So they have to redo it again. So all those that might have had the training before March 1st, they might all have to do it again in order to get the proper training, to get the right training in there. And with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call on this amendment to the amendment and ask people to vote against it.
Roll call has been called. I think we're ready for the vote, but I did see Representative Frazier, you raised your hand again, or is that from prior?
No, it was again, but I'll be quick. I just want to be clear about what I'm hearing. I mean, I've heard a couple of times now that we're leaving officers hanging out to dry, which we're compromised to give them more time. And I guess my question is, how are we leaving them hanging out to dry? I would assume that these agencies are working as hard as they can in this moment while they're asking for an extension to actually do the training. So I'm just not wrapping my head around how we're leaving folks out to dry.
All right, members, let me just quick closing comments and then we'll move to a vote. This proposal actually is a compromise. The law is pretty clear. They were supposed to have had this conducted by March 1st. That wasn't done onto law enforcement. Law enforcement was at the table when that date was set. Law enforcement was at the table when another date was set in that conversation. And I know most people here were not at those tables, so I certainly understand it, but let me be real clear. Locals were given until December 15th to update their policies on this. That wasn't done onto law enforcement. Law enforcement was at the table when that date was set, as well as the March 1st date. I think that there is a reasonable argument that says this legislature ought to be able to make some adjustments, even though law enforcement was at the table when they set those dates. That's called a compromise. The other thing it's called is called accountability. Holding people accountable, whether it's a citizen, a law enforcement officer, or a legislator for that matter, is always tough. I get it. You know, the entity, the person that is charged with holding you accountable is probably half the time going to wind up, you know, taking a lot of flack, but it has to be done. Otherwise, our laws become meaningless. Otherwise, our laws become disrespected. And once they're disrespected, it's hard to get back from that place. So that's really my approach here today. I did some very careful consideration. How do I balance out this strong accountability expectation? How do I keep this issue on the table before us? We have plenty of time to continue to have this conversation before any bill is finalized here. And I think there are reasonable points that all sorts of folks can bring to the table on this. But make no mistake about it, members. This is not the legislature doing onto anyone. This is the framework and the agreements that everyone came to, including law enforcement. We worked awfully hard throughout that summer to come up with a Police Accountability Act that had strong representation, not only from community groups, but from our public safety and law enforcement folks. I think we ought to hold one another accountable and continue to have the conversation and continue to make the adjustments as we go forward. So I get the emotions. I do, I honestly do, and I respect them. I don't disrespect any views that have been offered here today. But I do think if we're going to be true to accountability, that this is the least that we could do at this point, and we'll continue to have the conversation. With that, a roll call has been called on the amendment, and the clerk will take the roll call. It's been a while since I moved it on the A36 amendment to the amendment. Clerk.
Mariani.
Aye.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier.
Aye.
Vice Chair Frazier, aye. Representative Johnson.
No.
Representative Johnson, nay. Representative Edelson.
Aye.
Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist.
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel.
No.
Representative Grossel, nay. Representative Hollins.
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye. Representative Hewitt.
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleavorn.
Cleaborn, aye.
Representative Cleavorn, aye. Representative Long.
Aye.
Representative Long, aye. Representative Lucero.
No.
Representative Lucero, nay. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes no.
Representative Mueller, nay. Representative Novotny.
Novotny, no.
Representative Novotny, nay. Representative O'Neill.
Neil, no.
Representative O'Neill, nay. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston.
No.
Representative Poston, nay. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, nay.
Representative Raleigh, nay. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Zhang.
Aye.
Representative Zhang, aye. That concludes roll call with 11 ayes and 8 nays.
Okay, with 11 ayes and 8 nays, the motion prevails, and the A36 amendment to the A11 amendment is adopted. Representative Johnson, to your A11 amendment. As amended.
You're muted, Brian.
I apologize for that. Chair Mariani, members, I'm going to continue forward with this amendment because I think it's important to have for conference committee. Hopefully we can get it fixed there. I want to remember, where are we right now? Some of us are sitting in our office at the state office building. Some of us are sitting at home in our offices or in our dens. Because we have issue that we can't be together. Now, the Attorney General did not give guidance right away. It was requested right away. It took 6 months to fully understand that bill so they could give guidance to Post Board, so they could do the learning objectives that need to be done so training could get done. If the Attorney General took 6 months, that put us in the end of February when they got, end of January when they got the information so they could actually start putting curriculum together. And it takes 6 months to train all the officers across the state. How do you train them when you don't have the guidance to train them properly? We also have the COVID issue. Use of force and defensive tactics is not an online course you can do on your computer. It's in person. Most of those classes have been shut down because they can't do in-person training. They do what they could, the bare minimum, but this is huge, totally different from what the training they've had before, because this is totally new. It's whole new law, whole new guidelines, whole new set of issues that they have to do in person. This is something that they have to have time to do once they got the full information from the Attorney General's office, who took 6 months to get them the information and gave them a week and a half to do their training. If we want to hold people accountable, let's start with the Attorney General for taking so long to do his duties so we could have our officers trained. And with that, I do hope you take this amendment because it is important for the safety of the public and not just the officers, it's the safety of the public.
Very well. Thank you, Representative Johnson. I do concur it's important. It is important, and we should, in fact, make this move at this point. I certainly would reiterate that number. There were countless law enforcement entities that did, in fact, meet this deadline. Not everyone did. So it was certainly not an impossibility for everyone. But I do agree with the spirit of your comments in terms of let's move forward. Let's buy this little bit of time and then obviously continue the conversation. All right, so Representative Johnson renews his motion that the A11 Amendment as amended be adopted. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
Aye.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier.
Aye.
Vice Chair Frazier, aye. Representative Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson.
Aye.
Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist.
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel.
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hollins.
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye. Representative Hewitt.
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleavorn.
Cleaborn, aye.
Representative Cleavorn, aye. Representative Long.
Aye.
Representative Long, aye. Representative Lucero.
Pass.
Representative Lucero abstain. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston.
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Zhang.
Aye.
Representative Zhang, aye. That concludes roll call.
Lucero, yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. That concludes roll call with 19 ayes and 0 nays.
Very well. With 19 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the A11 Amendment as amended is amended. Very well. Thank you for the discussion, members. Next, we have the A31 Amendment.
Chair, I would like to move the A31 amendment.
Very well. Very well. Representative Edelson moves adoption of the A31 Amendment to your amendment, Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Chair and members. The A31 is supported by the Minnesota counties and removes the language that would reduce the 911 telecommunication fee, and it would direct the state to pass those funds to the public safety answering points to help essentially update our systems from an analog system to a digital system. And we have been updating this system for years, and this would actually help us gain the cities and counties gain the funds needed to continue to update it. Right now, Anoka County, for example, had a problem connecting with Minneapolis, and so that operator had to essentially take a message and then call Minneapolis. So it's not in the best interest of Minnesotans, and I would ask for member support.
Very well. Discussion on the amendment. Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask the author a question?
Certainly, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Representative Edelson, if we don't pass this and these fees sunset, what happens?
Representative Edelson.
Mr. Chair, Representative Raleigh, that's a great question. Essentially, counties and cities will have to come up with funds or possibly return to the legislature next year. This essentially does not raise the cost. It maintains the fee, and it would really help our counties to update and do that Gen Next 911 that we have set as a high standard. I mean, you think about it, when 911 started, we all had landlines, and now we're trying to go and be able to answer on cell phones and track people, and also be able to have somebody text that they are having a crisis. And so this really allows cities and counties to help support and update that system.
Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've spent some time talking to some 911 operators, some administrators, some supervisors, both at the local level and a few state level assets. And I've received nothing but support for this and encouragement that we need to take a look at it. The Public Safety Committee, our job is to take a look at literally public safety. And for the benefit of my members, I did a lot of research on this and background. And I am in support of this because 911 is so ubiquitous in our minds that that's what we think of when we think of emergency. You know, they even have television shows, Emergency 911. It's that ingrained in our society. And so, Mr. Chair, I would speak on behalf of this, and I'm going to support this amendment.
Very well. Thank you, Representative Raleigh. Further discussion? I'm not seeing any. So with that, Representative Edelson renews her motion that we adopt the A31 Amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
Aye.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier.
Aye.
Vice Chair Frazier, aye. Representative Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson.
Aye.
Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist.
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel.
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hollins.
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye.
Aye.
Representative Hewitt.
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleavorn.
Cleavorn, aye.
Representative Cleavorn, aye. Representative Long.
Aye.
Representative Long, aye. Representative Lucero.
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill.
Aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston.
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Zhang.
Aye.
Representative Zhang, aye. That concludes roll call with 19 ayes and 0 nays.
Very well. With 19 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the A31 amendment is adopted.
Chair Mariani,
Yes, Representative Johnson.
just a reminder, unless requested, we're able to do voice votes.
Sounds good. That'll move us along for sure.
Because the last two, there was no need for roll calls, and we had planned to just do voice votes on those.
All right, very well. I appreciate that, Representative Johnson. I did not, in the majority, I never want to assume, for the minority. I think it's important that minority rights are, always observed. So I appreciate the heads up.
When I tried to remind you, I was on mute both times.
Okay. All right, very well. Next, we have the A4 Amendment. Is anyone moving that amendment?
Mr. Chair, that would be me, Representative Hewitt.
Okay, Representative Hewitt moves adoption of the A4 Amendment. Representative Hewitt.
This amendment simply looks at the work group they're making for the dispatchers. I was contacted by a number of dispatchers from all over the state that were concerned that they did not actually have inline dispatchers on this work group. This amendment actually fixes that and spreads it out actually even to give them to not only Metro, but to our Rochester, our St. Cloud, and then definitely rural too. And then also the Minnesota Ambulance Association came to me and asked to also be placed on this group. So that is my amendment, Mr. Chair.
Very well, thank you. Discussion, Representative Johnson, followed by Representative Raleigh. Representative Johnson.
Representative Hoyt, this is a good overall good idea, getting a proper training for our dispatchers and our emergency, because they're the ones that get the information to give to the officers, the ambulance, the fire departments, and they should be properly trained because they actually do, especially in greater Minnesota, cross over different counties because of just how the phone lines work. Yeah. But I'm just wondering, can you tell me how many people are getting to be on this commission now, putting this together? Because at some point when you get too big, nothing gets done.
Representative Hewitt.
Mr. Chair and Representative Johnson, sounds like a man with experience on these work groups, and you and I have both been on them. It is a concern of mine, and I'm hoping that as this moves through the process, we look at this group a little closer. There's other options for this group too, but I do really feel that we need to make sure that we have the right representation on there. And you know it as well as I do, the dispatchers are key people. So I would just like to move it forward and maybe deal with some of that size and conference, hopefully, if you guys are willing to look at that.
All right. Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had lowered my hand because Representative Johnson is asking the question. I apologize, Mr. Chair. I didn't hear the number.
Oh, Representative Hewitt?
I don't have the number in front of me, but I think it's sitting at about 19 right now. As a landmark, the MSRB sits at about 18. And so, you get to be around 20, these groups really are hard. But unfortunately, I go back to my original statement. I think that these individuals we are adding on this are key to the success of the group. Thank you.
Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I want to make sure that I heard the number correct. We're now at 23. Is that correct?
Representative Raleigh, I believe if we adopt this amendment, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Any further discussion? All right, I'm not seeing a sign otherwise. So Representative Hewitt renews his motion to adopt the A4 Amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails and the A4 Amendment is adopted. We now have the A6 Amendment. Is anyone offering that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Representative O'Neill.
Representative O'Neill moves adoption of the A6 Amendment. Representative O'Neill, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the A6 deletes, which is House File 2077, Representative Hewitt's bill, and it's the Firefighter Certification Board establishment. And I spoke about this before when we had the bill in front of us, and I had received some emails from folks in my district that were concerned about the creation. And since then, I've had other meetings after that with chiefs and others from across greater Minnesota. And I don't think that we talked much about the testimony. There was a written testimony that was provided on that day that we had this hearing. But I just want to just go back to that testimony because it actually is the chairman of the board that we're eliminating. So right now, it's called Minnesota Fire Service Certification Board, which it's been certifying firefighters since 1988. And this nonprofit board has been serving the state for a long time. And this actually, the testimony comes from the chairman of the board. And what I find most concerning, I'll use the word concerning, is that in his testimony, he states that he was not contacted. This legislation was not discussed with him, and we're eliminating the very board that he chairs. So what's happening in this bill, House File 2077, is we're eliminating this nonprofit organization that's been around since 1988 that has been certifying firefighters since that time. And instead, we're putting it under the umbrella of the state fire marshal. And so that's concerning. But what's even more concerning, as I've been talking to people quietly and they want to remain anonymous, is the way that this has been rolled out. So one, no one talked to the board that exists right now that's been doing this work since 1988. Two, those that have spoken out in greater Minnesota, they report to me and others that they have been bullied and intimidated by the state fire marshal and his people, so much so that some of them have had data requests and things like that to look at their emails and text messages and so on. It's really kind of shocking to me, honestly. It's not how things should be done. If we want to pull something under a state agency, this is not the way to do it. So I'm just going to read to you just a little bit from the testimony because we did not have that. I don't think we even talked about it at the hearing, but one of the things that he says that's really important is his point 3 of the testimony, which says, the makeup of the advisory board allows for 5 members to come from regional fire associations of greater Minnesota. Currently, so only 5. Currently, the Regional Fire Association enjoys 15 seats on the MFSCB, one appointed from each of the state's 15 active regional fire associations. So we're going from 15 in greater Minnesota down to 5. And then it says, as this bill has been crafted, the MFSCB has vehemently opposed the proposed reduction in rural fire association representation, with approximately 75% of the state's fire service population being from greater Minnesota. So he goes on, he has 5 points in total of why they oppose this bill. And he closes with this. The current nonprofit certification model in Minnesota is seen and recognized as one of the leading programs within the IFSAC and pro board system. There is a grave concern that changing the structural model from a nonprofit to a state government function would eliminate much of the efficiency and passion that has been a driving force that positioned the MFSCB as a strong position within Minnesota's fire service community. And again, he closes that he vehemently opposes House File 2077. Again, he is the chairman of the board that we are trying to eliminate. And again, several members of either firemen themselves or chiefs around Minnesota have anonymously, they don't want their names to be spoken on the public record because of the harassment and intimidation and the bullying that has happened. They vehemently oppose it and they feel like their voice is being silenced. So this amendment would remove this provision, and I would ask for your support so that we can take a step, take a breath, actually talk to the party that we're trying to eliminate, and come up with a solution that is agreeable to all involved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative O'Neill, discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Representative Hewitt.
Mr. Chair and Representative O'Neill, it's interesting that you dropped some of those groups and stuff in there, because the actual history of this that I was given when I offered to author this bill was that same certification board you are referring to voted unanimously to give this to the state fire marshal's office. And then it sounds like things went awry, and the leader of it, that also did talk to me before this, wanted to stay anonymous with me though too. So it's interesting that he said that. Did have some hard feelings about this. However, moving forward, this was not brought to me by the State Fire Marshal's office. It was brought to me by the Minnesota State Fire Chiefs Association and by the professional firefighters that want to professionalize this part of Minnesota's testing. Nothing's going away. The State Fire Marshal and I had a long talk about this, and he guaranteed me, that he will make sure that rural is well represented on this, that it becomes more inclusive and looks at more like what we want Minnesota firefighters to be like. And yet the training that he talked of, state of the art, which it is, will continue. Nothing is going to change other than to have a good operation. And I have to tell you, I've been a firefighter back in the 80s. I'm not one now, but I'm real happy that we have such a great state fire marshal's office. And I'm quite a little let back that this wouldn't be ran with great efficiency, because I have to tell you, our state fire marshal's office is extremely efficient. So members, I really think we have to go forward with this. And I empathize with the Representative O'Neill, because I was getting those calls too. But this really is the best direction in the groups that are supporting this, mainly the Minnesota Professional Firefighters and the Minnesota Fire Chief Association. I really think we have to go forward with this. It's a good direction.
Well, thank you, Representative Hewitt. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, members, I wasn't going to talk about this much or at all. I'm a former firefighter. Started my career when the State Fire Marshal's office did the training before 19. And after that nonprofit took it over, the training got much better. They went to it because of the lack of training and lack of continuity in the State Fire Marshal's office during the training. In the last, since 1988, when this was started, that's when the good quality training got started. It wasn't centered around the metro area. It was centered around where the fires are and in the communities. It was designed the same standards across the state, but we're a vastly different state. It keyed on things that were in your area. I had the same issue in law enforcement in my training. It took us decades to get the training geared, instead of metro-centric training, to what the training we had in our communities, in each community. Now we're getting all these standardized policies and put out by Post Board. It's changing that again, which is not good, because we're a vastly different state. But I think we need to just step back and look at this. Maybe it might be the way to go, but I'm getting so many mixed messages from my firefighters and my associations that inside each individual fire department, they're having issues trying to figure out which way to go. I think part of it is lack of communication because of COVID and the restrictions on gathering. They're not having their summits. They're not meeting. Information's not getting to the other individuals that need the information, or it's just being pushed down somebody's throat. We don't know. I think we need to accept the O'Neill Amendment, sit back, take a good look at it, find out what's going on, so we make sure we make the right decision, again, to protect our firefighters, to make sure they get the proper training, and that they can do what they need to do to keep us safe in the event of fires, and whether household, grass fires, car fires, but they can get the proper training they need to put them out and to keep the citizens of Minnesota safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Further discussion, members?
Mr. Chair, I just want to mention that one thing in this whole bill. This does not go into play. They did not award the RFP to the Fire Marshal's office till 2023. Here we have another date, folks. But they have a lot of time to adjust and make the right moves on this. So I ask for a yes vote on this, Mr. Chair.
You're asking for a, you're speaking to the amendment?
No, I'm not speaking for an amendment, sorry.
Okay, I took it you were saying yes.
You're right, I'm asking for a no vote, sorry.
Yes, got it, yeah. All right, very well. You're just testing the chair to see if he's listening. Okay, further discussion, Representative O'Neill, looks like you get the last word on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to clarify that what I was reading into the record was actually the testimony from the chair of this nonprofit board. Those are his words. And, you know, I'm not a firefighter, Representative Hewitt, but I appreciate Representative Johnson's words. But all the things that I said came directly from either firefighters, chiefs, or the chairman of this board. And, you know, I had one person say that he goes all over the state of Minnesota and has communications with fire departments all over. And he said so many of them are not on board with this, but they're too afraid to say anything because they have had very negative interactions about it. And they had said it was from the state fire marshal, and maybe I got that information wrong, but I'm pretty sure I asked them multiple times that's who they were talking about. My concern is this: there is not peace in the valley. This is not something that is. It's not the right way to do this. And I know, Representative Hewitt, you said you were going to have these conversations, and I don't know if after you've had conversations that you now, you know, they said that they were okay with this now, the ones that were opposed to it, but no one's reached out to me to say, oh, everything's great now. So that's why I'm moving forward this amendment. And I'd ask for your support so we could just have a minute to just have a conversation with them and make sure that everyone's on board. Yes, COVID has really messed up things for everybody, the communication and all of that. So just asking for a little more time to figure this out before we move forward, because I'm not hearing that things are just wonderful. I'm hearing the opposite. So I would just ask for your support for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so Representative O'Neill renews her motion to adopt the A36 Amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Mariani,
We can do this by voice vote.
Hold on a second.
There was no roll call requested.
Well, Representative Johnson, the chair can certainly call for a roll at any time. But if you don't want us to do a roll call, I'm perfectly fine with that.
We don't need a roll call on this one.
Very well. Appreciate
Mr. Chair, I'm fine with not a roll call on this. I think I've made my point, and the people that needed to hear me have heard me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Got it. Thank you. All right. All in favor of the Representative O'Neill's motion to adopt the A6 Amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
No.
No.
Motion does not prevail, and the amendment is not adopted. Next, members, we have the A10 Amendment. Is anyone offering that? I don't see any takers. So I see your hand up, Representative O'Neill. Are you offering the A10?
No, Mr. Chair, I think that was supposed to be Representative Novotny.
We'll flush them out. Representative Novotny, are you offering the A10? He might have stepped out, unless he's muted.
Chair, I think something's wrong with his volume. He's trying to communicate, but we can't hear him. Yeah,
Okay.
I can see him trying.
Let's give him a second. I can't see him. That's, I don't have.
He's- No. We still can't hear you, Representative Novotny.
Oh my goodness. That ain't good.
Chair, I can bring my laptop to his office.
We might have to enlist your services, Representative Raleigh. Oh, that's frustrating.
Chair, point of order, can we move this amendment to the next on the list and move another one up to give him time to?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I hear a voice.
We can hear you.
Okay. Representative Otney. Well, maybe not.
Chair, I'm next on the list. I'm happy to go.
I think it was Representative Raleigh who asked that question about rearranging the order.
Yeah, then I thought I heard another voice, but you know what? We can certainly skip over and give Representative Otney an opportunity to offer his amendment.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear something. It's once you speak again, I'm hearing a little bit of echo.
I don't know if I'm getting the echo now. I'll reboot. Can you take another amendment and come back to me, Chair?
Absolutely. We'll come back to you, Representative Otney. Very well. Let's see. That was the A10. Oh, yeah. Representative Edelson, you said you had the next one, the A17?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to move the A17.
Very well. Representative Edelson moves adoption of the A17 Amendment. Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. The A17 is what's known, as our committee has heard, for not only this year, but for numerous years. And I imagine before I even came to the legislature, it's the juvenile life without parole legislation. And we heard it in committee, but essentially what it does is it puts a 15-year it ensures that 15 years that a person convicted, a juvenile convicted to life without parole would have in fact, have a review. And it creates a juvenile review board, among a few other things. So I guess, I don't really know. I think there's an amendment to the amendment, which I think I'd like to move to now, and then I can speak more.
All right, very well. So let me get my notes here. We have a A39 amendment, and who's moving the A39 amendment?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Representative O'Neill moves to amend the A17 amendment with the A39 amendment. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my amendment, what it does is it changes the 15 years to 25 years for juvenile, for those that are serving a life sentence. So essentially, we're establishing what a life sentence would be for a juvenile here in Minnesota. And I'm not sure if Representative Edelson already spoke about it, but this is direct result from a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that said you cannot, a juvenile cannot serve life without the possibility of parole. And so that happened, I believe, in 2011 or so, and we've had this on our books ever since then. And the Bar Association actually put together the Commission on Juvenile Sentencing for Heinous Crimes. And so I was asked to serve on this commission, and we started that work in January of 17, and we finished up around June of 17. So we didn't go quite as long as the Criminal Sexual Conduct Statutory Reform Group, but we did meet for about 6 months and look at this one factor, which is, what do we do about this piece in our law that is unconstitutional? And we had quite a bit of conversation, which is why I'm a little bit confused as to the number 15, because I guarantee you, I was at every meeting except for the very, very last one, because we were in session, I believe. But I'm really confused because there never was a conversation to go to 15 years as what would be considered a life sentence for heinous crime. So this is someone that has committed heinous murder. At that time, we only had 8 people in Minnesota that were sentenced under that, and 7 of those have already been resolved. And when we had testimony from Ms. Moriarty, she was the lawyer for the 8th, and they are still working on that, she had told me. But they have all been resentenced, and I'm really confused as to why 15 years, because I can tell you we never talked about 15 years. In fact, the conversation we did have is that since 2011, as a legislature kind of grappled with this concern and this problem, and there was at one point sort of a consensus between the bodies to go to, I think it was 23 years, something like that. Never did we talk about 15. So my amendment simply moves it back up to 25 years, considered a life sentence for the heinous crime. So I would also just say, like, who were the members of that commission? You know, we had the co-chair was Kathleen Gearan. So for those that are in criminal justice knows that she was a Ramsey County District Court judge, highly, highly respected. She told us quite some stories, and I won't get into those, but she is a force to be reckoned with. So she was one of the chairs, and then John Kingery was a chair. We had one of my favorite members, I got to say, was former Minnesota Supreme Court Justice Paul Anderson, just, you know, full of knowledge. We had Jim Backstrom. We had just, you know, just the A team was there. So we met multiple times. We discussed this many, many times. So my amendment, again, is to move it to 25 years, because that is really more in line with what the discussions were that entire time. And I would just ask for support for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Discussion members. Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative O'Neill. So I looked across the nation, and I you know, again, that's working group. I think the commission was appointed in 2016, happened well before I was at the legislature, and so I appreciate the time that you and other community members served on that and the work you did. But I looked across the U.S. and in terms of what states are doing, and currently I can see that North Dakota and Mississippi are at 20 years. I can see that West Virginia and Oregon, for example, are at 15 years. And others like Missouri, Indiana, Michigan are all considering legislation at 15 years. I don't see anywhere where anyone is proposing 25 years or has passed 25 years. So I guess that is news to me. So I guess of it being in line, but I would ask for members to vote no on this. I'm working with the county attorneys, and while they don't support this at the current moment, I am somebody that truly believes in consensus and trying to break through the partisanship. This should not be a partisan issue. And Representative O'Neill, I have so much respect for you. You are one of my favorite members, and I know you also feel the same way. But what I have to say with this is legislation. I'm in my third year of being here. This hasn't really moved. We haven't done anything, and there has been a Supreme Court decision. And I guess I really ask you at this moment, can we work together to find some common ground on this? Because yes, these are very serious crimes that were committed. And at the same time, you can look at decisions where justices will say that it's cruel and unusual to sentence somebody at the age of 15 when the brain development is not quite there. The frontal lobe is not fully developed. They don't understand consequences. They lack impulse control. And you know, in reality, they die earlier if their whole life is spent in prison. And I know that the Minnesota Supreme Court addressed this in 2014. And even what they said then is they were essentially legislating as a court, and they didn't want to do that. So I asked for a no vote, but I asked on your amendment, but I do want you to I want to extend the invitation that we work together on this, because I always welcome an opportunity to work with you.
Very well. Further discussion? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I do appreciate that. And this actually is my attempt to have the Senate take it seriously. Okay, so I've been around here a while, and I know what the conversations were in the Senate. And maybe it doesn't have to be 25, maybe we can drop it a bit. But I know what the conversations were there. I know what the sticking points were there. And 15 isn't going to cut it, unfortunately. So yes, and in that, the commission, we talked a great deal about brain development. I also would note that because of the US Supreme Court decision in 2011, no one's being sentenced this way anymore. But what's unclear is what they should sentence. And so there is sort of this vacuum of what is now considered a life sentence. Because we can do a life sentence, we just can't do life without the possibility of parole. And, we're talking about extremely heinous crimes. The one man that is still trying to work through his resentencing killed 3 people in cold blood. So anyway, we're talking about really, really difficult things. I would love to work with you. I would ask that you support this amendment, and I'm trying to help you over in the Senate, if that makes sense. So if you're not going to do it here, maybe we should have more conversation and do something in Ways and Means, because my fear is that they would take one look at 25 and toss it to the side and not look at it again. Excuse me, take at 15 and not look at it again, because it's really low in their mind of what they've talked about before. So I would ask for your support. Maybe we can work on this more between now and Ways and Means. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill. So Representative O'Neill renews her motion to adopt the A39 Amendment to the A17 Amendment. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
No.
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 Motion does not prevail. And the amendment is not adopted. Representative Edelson to the A17 Amendment.
I asked for member support, and Representative O'Neill, I absolutely value and support your insights and your wisdom. That said, we have not moved on this legislation. There has been a Supreme Court decision. There has been resentencing, and some of the resentencing is 30 years to life. Some of the sentencing is 60 years to life. And that, in my mind, absolutely is a life sentence. So we have to address this. Sorry, that's my son calling. I will.
All right. Members,
I'd request a roll call on this.
Representative Johnson requests a roll call. So Representative Edelson renews the motion that the A17 Amendment be adopted. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
Aye.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier.
Aye.
Vice Chair Frazier, aye. Representative Johnson.
No.
Representative Johnson, nay. Representative Edelson.
Aye.
Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist.
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel.
No.
Representative Grossel, nay. Representative Hollins.
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye. Representative Hewitt.
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleavorn.
Aye.
Representative Cleavorn, aye. Representative Long.
Aye.
Representative Long, aye. Representative Lucero.
No.
Representative Lucero, nay. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes no.
Representative Mueller, nay. Representative Novotny.
No.
Representative Novotny, nay. Representative O'Neill.
Hell no.
Representative O'Neill, nay. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston.
No.
Representative Poston, nay. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, nay.
Representative Raleigh, nay. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Zhang.
Aye.
Representative Zhang, aye. That concludes roll call with 11 ayes and 8 nays.
Okay, with 11 ayes and 8 nays, the motion prevails and the A17 Amendment is adopted. Let's see if we can go back to Representative Novotny with the A10 Amendment.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, you bet.
All right.
Representative Novotny moves adoption of the A10 Amendment. Representative Novotny, to your amendment.
So the A10 Amendment, Chair Mariani, is, as we've said previously in public safety, this was brought up. This is the last bill we heard, or one of we heard this on the last day before the COVID shutdown in 2020. This bill is an agency request, and it simply codifies or changes the naming of the board that regulates the state's radio system for public safety. and it moves Sherburne County into the metro area. Think of the metro area as a text group, and it just moves us from the outstate text group to the in-state text group. So it's simply a technical change and a realignment of some of the ways the computer dispatching is done. And I ask for your support, Chair.
Very well. Discussion, members? I'm not seeing any discussion. Representative Andi, I think it's a good amendment. I would join in urging members to vote for it. So Representative Andi renews his motion that the A10 Amendment be adopted. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails and the A10 Amendment is adopted. Thank you, Representative Otney. Okay, let's see. We now have the A9 Amendment.
That is me, Chair Mariani.
Very well. Representative Hollins moves adoption of the A9 Amendment to your amendment, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. This amendment appropriates $25,000 in 2022 and 2023 from the general fund to OJP to award a grant each year to the Minnesota County Attorneys Association for prosecutor and law enforcement training on increasing diversion alternatives and using evidence-based practices to increase public safety and decrease racial disparities. It also appropriates another $25,000 a year to the Board of Public Defense for public defender training on the same topic. I don't think I have much more to say about it. It's pretty simple and straight to the point, and this training is in high demand for the county attorneys and public defenders, and it is also it's a great way for us to address some of the disparities that we see and to hopefully provide some resources to those groups.
Very well. Discussion, members. I'm not seeing any. I like your amendment. I encourage members to support it. Representative Hollins renews your motion to adopt the A9 Amendment. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails and the A9 Amendment is adopted. Okay, we're on to the A34 Amendment. I believe that's yours as well, Representative Hollins.
Yep. Wow, that came up quickly. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yes. So the A34 Amendment, let me just make sure I have the right one. The A34 Amendment is to modify the Minnesota HEALS grant program to clarify that grant recipients can use the funds to build upon existing mobile mental health crisis teams. However, there is also an amendment to that amendment after a conversation with NAMI Minnesota. So I'm not sure if we should hear that first.
Yeah, we should. So we did move the A34 Amendment. So it's properly before us. Representative Hollins now moves to amend the A34 Amendment with the A38 Amendment. If you could tell us what that does then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the A38 Amendment, what it really does is it reinstates a portion of the stricken language from the A34 Amendment to allow for grants to be used to establish mobile mental health crisis teams as well. And as a little bit of background for folks, the argument in favor of the First Amendment was it made more sense to invest where these mobile mental health crisis teams already existed as opposed to recreating the wheel. However, after some conversation with stakeholders, we identified and decided that it really makes sense to be able to establish some of those mental health crisis teams as well, because some areas, particularly in greater Minnesota, might not have them as readily accessible. And so we want to make sure that the funds can be used both to build upon existing crisis teams, but also establish new ones as well.
Yeah, I think it's a good amendment. It's a good recognition of, the diversity that's out there throughout the state where, particularly in greater Minnesota, you may not have, some of these resources readily structured. All right, any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, I want to thank for this amendment. In greater Minnesota, we have a huge issue. Mental health is a serious problem because of some of the changes in the bill that was passed in the special session last year dealing with law enforcement. A lot of law enforcement agencies are no longer responding to mental health issues, suicide calls, and stuff like that, just because of the way what was passed last year. They're still working on getting the training taken care of, so they have better understanding what they can and can't do. So until that time, they're not responding to these calls. The tough part is these mental health teams that are out there. A lot of times it's an emergency call where help needs to get there right away. But if you look at the statute, they have 2 hours to respond. A lot can happen in 2 hours. A lot of areas don't even have these teams. So unfortunately, a lot of the help, people are not getting the help they need. Law enforcement's not responding because of issues with what was passed last July. So we need to get more of these teams. Unfortunately, the dollar amounts are not going to go very far in setting up these teams because they're going to have to be available 24/7, 365. And unfortunately, they're not going to be able to do it in a 2-hour response time. They're going to have to go a lot faster than that. So, but if this is a help, it's not even a Band-Aid to deal with the bleeding, but it's better than nothing.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Further discussion? If not, all in favor of the A38 amendment to the A34 amendment, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails, and the A33 amendment is adopted to the A34. And now Representative Hollins to the A34 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think we clarified for the most part, the A34 amendment. However, I'm happy to speak on this further. We know that that mental health crises is important, and we want to make sure that every county in the state is staffed by mental health professionals with a mobile crisis team to meet people face to face who are in crisis, or to triage the calls on the phone if possible. And so as amended, we are looking at making sure to direct the resources that we're investing in mental health into building community mental health systems that both ones that already exist, but also creating new ones in locations that maybe don't have access to this, or where one mobile crisis team is covering multiple counties.
Representative Hollins, thank you for bringing this issue. We constantly talk about mental health, issues and services in this committee, and I suspect many other committees as well. And, it's one of my concerns. We haven't yet done what I think we need to do, which is to take a real big bite at this apple. Representative Johnson spoke to that earlier. We heard that from some of the greater Minnesota law enforcement folks a month or so ago. We hear it consistently. And I'm really hoping that, more than hoping, I guess what I'm saying is that I really want us to spend some time in this interim in crafting something big for us to do this coming year, and I see no reason why that needs to be a partisan, effort at all. All right, so Representative Hollins renews her motion that the A34 amendment as amended be adopted. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails, and the A34 amendment is adopted. We are the A2 amendment. Is someone offering the A2 amendment?
I have the A2 amendment, Chair Mariani.
Very well. Representative Novotny moves adoption of the A2 amendment. Representative Novotny.
Chair Mariani, this bill was part of the public safety bill that was put forward. There's approximately 500,000. No, it's actually $500,000 that was put forward to cover burial cost and cultural ceremonies for people involved in officer-involved shootings. Now, I understand that there's a lot of emotions involved in an officer-involved shooting, and in the state of Minnesota, most of them won't make back page news for the second, the day after. If it's a legitimate use of force and a legitimate use of deadly force, and unfortunately that does happen more times than you think happens in the state of Minnesota. Speaking from experience, there was 3 times in my career that I had pressure on a trigger from someone that wanted to do suicide by cop. By luck, by good tactics, and by confidence in my ability, I didn't have to take that shot and was able to convince the people to stop what they were doing. I've heard 3 people shoot themselves. I've saw one. It's not something anyone ever wants to be around. But 2 of the people that I previously mentioned on that were that close to me having to use lethal force told me afterwards that they were going through financial problems, fighting with a loved one, and they decided that if they could get a cop to shoot them, the family would probably get a settlement, and their problems from their standpoint would be taken care of. They wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. If it is an unjustified use of force, there will be financial reparations to the family. That's been pretty well established. I think the last thing you want to do is encourage people who are in a situation that you can't understand, that their answer is that the state will pay for your funeral. And I think if we enact this legislation, it won't take long for that word to get out, that worst case scenario, your family won't have to pay for your burial. I think it's important to understand that you can't understand what's wrong with somebody's thought process when they are suicidal. You can't understand it because it's nothing to be understood. There's not a better way to put that. So the one thing that we shouldn't put in their mind is the thought that this is a way to help the situation. So that would be my request, Chair.
Very well. Discussion member. I see Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, members, I want to thank Representative Novotny for bringing this out. I understand what he's talking about. In a 2-month time period, I was putting pressure on the trigger 3 times. I lost track of the number of times that I've actually had pressure on the trigger. Representative Grosso has been involved in an officer-involved shooting where he was shot multiple times. And the suspect had to be taken out. Went from a nice, peaceful thing to it hit the fan, and it happens that quick. Now, I know a lot about the suicide by cop. I've been involved in it. We had a gentleman, I was actually pulling on the trigger when another officer ended up firing when the guy took a shot at him. It's very difficult to live with. It's a tough situation. And anytime we're giving monetary issues and making it so they think they can make it set up so their families won't have to pay for anything, or they might get money to help their family, that's the wrong way to go. And I gotta get my composure back. Something brought me back to that incident where we had to take a guy out. It's not fun, but I don't want to. With this amendment, it hopefully reduces the chances of an officer having to deal with somebody that's trying to do suicide by cop, because it's not fun. It's a horrible situation.
Further discussion, members?
Chair Mariani, my hand raise function's not working. I'm sorry.
Got it. Representative Edelson.
I want to thank Representative Novotny and Representative Johnson. You know, I hear what you're saying. And, you know, it's been a tough year. I feel like our sides are trying, you know, Republicans we're tough on, you know, we care about officers in negating this point that saying that the Democrats don't. Well, Representative Johnson, when you were speaking just now, I feel your pain. You have been tasked to take on so much and all the officers, but also we're making assumptions about people that they would want their loved ones killed by an officer. And I don't, that's not overwhelmingly true. And so I think the intent of, this is a governor's proposal. The intent is called under a section called Minnesota Heals. And I can tell you our state has a lot of healing to do. As the George Floyd trial goes on, as I watch in our community, and as I watch at the Capitol, as a white suburban mom from Edina, how can we deal with racial injustice? How can we deal with how I perceive the police, and my relationships with the police here in Edina are not the same as a Black person in Minneapolis. They're just not. And we have to start listening to each other. And I think the goal of the Minnesota Heals program was to do just that. It came out of hearing testimony from people. I mean, a funeral cost out of nowhere can cost someone $6,000. And it came out of the working group when the AG was hearing testimony on officer-involved deadly force encounters. They heard this time and time from families. And I don't think any of those families, when they were talking about their loved ones, had said, gosh, you know what, he wanted to die today. Maybe that does happen. Maybe there is an instance, but I don't think that's overwhelmingly true. I don't think overwhelmingly when that happens. I mean, I can tell you I've heard testimony over the last 2 years, and the people that have testified, that has not been true. So I hear you on this, but I also respectfully ask members to vote no. We do have healing to do. And I think that was the recommendations here to put it into legislation, is so that we can start to do that.
Thank you, Representative Edelson. Very painful conversation, but a necessary one for us. All right, members. So Representative Novotny, let's see, where are we? I'm caught up and I've lost track of myself. Representative Novotny renews his motion to adopt the A2 amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
Could I get a roll call, Chair?
Representative Novotny?
Could I get a roll call, Chair?
You can. I was in the middle of a vote, but you can certainly. I'll back up, and we can certainly do that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Representative Novotny renews his motion to adopt the A2 amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani?
No.
Chair Mariani, nay. Vice Chair Frazier?
No.
Vice Chair Frazier, nay. Representative Johnson?
Aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson?
No.
Representative Edelson, nay. Representative Feist?
No.
Representative Feist, nay. Representative Grossel?
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hollins?
No.
Representative Hollins, nay. Representative Hewitt?
No.
Representative Hewitt, nay. Representative Cleaborn?
No.
Representative Cleaborn, nay. Representative Long?
No.
Representative Long, nay. Representative Lucero?
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny?
Novotny, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill?
O'Neill, aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto,
Pinto, no.
Representative Pinto, nay. Representative Poston,
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh,
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang,
No.
Representative Vang, nay. Representative Zhang,
No.
Representative Zhang, nay. That concludes roll call with 8 ayes and 11 nays.
With 8 ayes and 11 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A2 amendment is not adopted. We have the A28 amendment. I think that's yours, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is my amendment. I'm having issues with my video right now, but that is my amendment. I would like to move it.
Well, we hear you just fine. So Representative Frazier moves adoption of the A28 amendment. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment adds guidelines to the existing authority that the Post Board currently has for its compliance review. Currently, the Post Board is required to conduct compliance reviews on all state and local law enforcement agencies to ensure that they are compliant with all requirements imposed on them by statute and rule. This amendment requires the Post Board to update its procedures governing compliance reviews to include an evaluation of policies, practices that contribute to the following: the effectiveness of required in-service training and adherence to model policies, which are to include an assessment and self-response survey where subjects explain the state of the number of use of force incidents for office and officers, the rate of arrests and stops involving minorities compared to the white counterparts within the jurisdiction. If the data is available, the number of emergency holds requested by officers, and other categorical metrics as deemed necessary by the board. Reviews should also include the agency's investigation of complaints the Post Board refers to the agency pursuant to the current section 21410 subdivision 10, and how the CLEO holds officers accountable for violations of statutory requirements imposed on peace officers, as well as Post Board and department policies. And 3, the on and off duty conduct of officers employed by the agency to determine if the officers' conduct is adversely affecting public respect and trust of law enforcement. Lastly, it references back and allows the Post Board to use its already statutory authority for compliance reviews to use their subpoena power if they wish to. I've had conversations with the Post Board in regards to this amendment. They are supportive of it. And what it does is it goes in tandem with the early warning system and the data that will be collected in that system. And it helps them, it will go in tandem with that system and help them process the data. And it's also, this is important because this will assist with the new resources that they'll have for new staff. They'll be able to do these annual reviews more thoroughly and more effectively in the process. So I would urge for members to support this.
All right, discussion, members. Representative Johnson.
First of all, I'm reading through this amendment. It's giving Post Board a lot more authority than they are statutorily given right now. But I have a question for Representative Frazier on line 1.8. What is the meaning of emergency hold?
Thank you for Representative. Thank you for raising that question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Johnson, thank you for that question. So the emergency holds, it actually gets at there's another report in statute that is looking at mental when officers are called out to mental health emergencies or situations. The emergency holds would be in those situations. We want to track that data to see how often emergency holds are being requested, but also to collect the information as to what was the reasoning for that emergency hold to be requested. So it's dealing with officers' involvement in mental health crises.
Representative Johnson.
That's Chair Mariani, Representative Frazier. I thought that it was. I didn't know if it meant by arrest or emergency hold. Emergency holds are not used very often. Most departments only use them when they absolutely have to. I know when I was an officer, I would talk the person into going into for an evaluation if they on their own, and we'd even provide them a ride, but getting them to do it voluntarily. And the reason for that, and the reason they don't do many emergency holds, is I don't know if you know it or not, but every time you do an emergency hold for a individual, the county has to pay for it, for the evaluation and the entire time they're in. So they try not to do the emergency hold. They try to do it by voluntarily bringing them there for help. So they are actually seeking help and actually work much better than the emergency hold. And all the emergency hold does is get in for an evaluation. It doesn't keep them there. If it takes 10 minutes to get in there, 3 minutes for the evaluation, they walk out the door before you have your reports done. It's happened to me many times. And a lot of times the emergency hold is because the people are refusing or have quit taking their medications. It's part of the revolving door that we go through. We deal with these individuals multiple times a year because they get out, they feel good, they quit taking their meds. A month later, we're dealing with them again. And I don't know how we fix that, because once at a certain point, once they're on their own, they can choose to quit taking their medications. I do have some other issues with this amendment, so I am going to ask for a roll call on this.
Very well. Representative Grosso?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm kind of wondering. We were just saying not many amendments ago that the post board is undermanned, and yet now we're going to ask the post board, who is undermanned according to what I've heard from previous amendments, to take on more. They have more responsibility that they're really undermanned for. And I guess, we can't have our cake and eat it too a lot of the times. And I guess I have one question for the author, for if that's okay. I'm just curious as to how much in funding, how much money is set aside for this amendment.
Representative Fraser?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Representative Grosso, this is the post board is already their statutory requirement to do these compliance reviews on an annual basis. This amendment only focuses in on the data that they will be looking at for each law enforcement agency. But I will note that we have resources in our budget to provide them with more staff, which the post board is looking forward to, which will actually help them be more effective and actually be more thorough with getting through these evaluations, which right now I can note that they're not able to do them as probably effectively as they could be. So the money is there, but this is not adding another piece. This is only focusing on what they will be looking for as with the current compliance reviews that they have to do already.
I would add to that, Representative Fraser, that the governor's proposal does make an adjustment to the post board's current, work. As you indicated, compliance reviews are clearly within the statutory expectation of this body, and in fact have been for many years. I believe in predating my tenure here, and so the resources for compliance review work, which is a critical component of what Pulse should be doing, that is being accompanied in this bill, through the appropriations. I don't have the numbers, so we can certainly call on fiscal counsel to indicate, what that is, but those resources are being requested in this bill for precisely the compliance review work that is within their statutory responsibility. Representative Grasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Fraser. And correct me if I'm not hearing this right. Where I worked in Clearwater County, we have two reservations. So we have a higher population of indigenous people, and we have the rest of the population of whoever. So if I'm understanding correctly, the way it was described by Representative Fraser is that if I were a patrol deputy and if I happen to stop a higher number of indigenous people while in a heavier population, that may be frowned upon on an officer. And again, we work half of our time working a day shift rotation for 7 days. Then we go to a night shift rotation for 7 days. And you're stopping people who are committing infractions to investigate, see what's going on. I mean, is this going to make officers gun shy about trying to pick and choose who you stop if you feel like, geez, you know, if I stop too many white guys or black guys or Native American guys, then, you know, I'm going to get raked over the coals by the post board for this. Am I not understanding that correctly, or is that something that would be an unintended consequence, Representative Fraser?
Representative Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Ross. I think that's a good question. It's a fair question, and I think those are the location, demographics of that location, the purposes for the stops, which shifts they were. I think those are all things that would have to be taken into consideration when you're looking at this data. The absolute intended consequences to make sure that we're not having situations where particular groups are being disproportionately stopped, regardless of what group that is.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Russell.
Hey guys, I mean, myself, I'm using myself as an example. Of the years that I worked, I stopped individuals not because of who they are, but for what they're doing. If they're committing an infraction, I'm going to stop them. Or if there's if something else is going on that is outside the boundaries of our laws, we're going to stop. We're going to have a conversation. Doesn't mean that this person is going to be cited or anything. It means that we got to pull back on the reins here and say, try to sort out, okay, what's going on here? Why are you speeding? Why did you run the stop sign? Why'd you do this or that? So, I mean, I want our officers to not be having to worry about, did I stop too many so-and-so? And I'm going to get myself in a bind here while I'm trying to do the good work of taking care of the people in our communities. So, I mean, that's, if you could make sure that, you know, if that is a question, if that, you know, you said that was a fair question, I'd like to make sure that if there is some tweaking that you need to do that amendment, please do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Fraser.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Fraser.
Yeah, just to say, collecting this data, and I will point out that the one thing that we did, the reason the language in there says that if that data is available. Now, I know most jurisdictions, there's not a way to track that. I know there's been conversation for probably years now of how we can track data around arrests and stops to see if there's any kind of disproportionality to how particular groups are being stopped or not. And we're still working with how to do that, but that is the reason why it says if that data is available, and that is in mind with when we do collect that data, we want to be mindful of how we're going to do an analysis on that data to make sure we can use it in the most effective way to identify any issues if there are issues. But Mr. Representative Grasso, thank you for that, and that absolutely will be part of the conversation moving forward.
Well, on Representative Fraser, it does occur to me because it's actually, I think, a pretty simple thought, but a powerful one, is that if we have policies on racial bias and discrimination, you've got to be able to have a way to assess whether anyone's violating that policy. The post board, in fact, does have policy on racial bias. And so providing guidance here in terms of, going forward on how to collect that. And I do note, your if data is available is only a responsible posture on the part of the legislature. You've got to be able to make an objective determination of whether or not anyone is violating any policy, including racial bias policy. Further discussion, members? All right. So with that, Representative Frazier renews his motion that we didn't amend this, right? No. That the A28 Amendment be adopted. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
I had requested a roll call.
Oh, very well. I actually like that. The clerk will take the roll.
Mariani,
Aye.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier. Vice Chair Frazier.
Aye.
Vice Chair Frazier, aye. Representative Johnson.
No.
Representative Johnson, nay. Representative Edelson.
Aye.
Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist.
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel.
No.
Representative Grossel, nay. Representative Hollins.
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye. Representative Hewitt.
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleavorn.
Aye.
Representative Cleavorn, aye. Representative Long.
Aye.
Representative Long, aye. Representative Lucero.
No.
Representative Lucero, nay. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes no.
Representative Mueller, nay. Representative O'Neill, Representative Novotny.
No.
Representative Novotny, nay. Representative O'Neill.
O'Neill, no.
Representative O'Neill, nay. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston.
Nay.
Representative Poston, nay. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, nay.
Representative Raleigh, nay. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Zhang.
Aye.
Representative Zhang, aye. That concludes roll call with 11 ayes and 8 nays.
Very well. With 11 ayes and 8 nays, the motion prevails, and the A28 Amendment is adopted. Members, we have the A30 Amendment. Is someone offering the A30?
Representative Novotny.
Very well. Representative Novotny moves adoption of the A30 Amendment. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Chair Mariani. This is just a bill that would make a correction to the peace officer professional education standards in the post regulations. Currently, an instructor of the standards they're only required to have a familiarization with law enforcement. That can be as little as someone that has attended a citizens academy put on by a police department. My amendment would require that a person that does the instruction of the professional peace standards be a current or past licensed peace officer in this state or any other state. We're looking at changing things up and wanting to do things different. I think this is a good place to start. I cannot imagine someone teaching at a medical school because they watched Grey's Anatomy. And with that, I request your vote.
All right. Members, discussion. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Representative Nadi. Actually, it's funny. When I went to law school, I had there's a series of first-year courses that are required. There's just the basic courses. It's constitutional law and criminal law, et cetera. And then one of those courses is contracts. And my contracts professor, my first semester of law school, was not a lawyer. No law degree, no law license. He's an economist. And actually brought a different perspective that has been really, really useful to me as an attorney. I should say he came at things kind of from a more conservative perspective, in fact, more of a libertarian perspective. It was actually really helpful to have me understand contracts and contract law in a very good way. I should say that I worked as a business attorney before working as a prosecutor and found that those skills are really helpful. So I guess I would speak in opposition to the amendment and simply note that there's a lot of regulation over the sort of training education that goes on for peace officers. I was looking at just a couple of the schools around the state. It appears that a number of faculty and others don't necessarily have that precise background. I think that can be really a useful thing. And so I would urge opposition to this. I recognize where Representative Novotny is coming from, but I feel like that's sort of too narrow approach that we want to take, given the variety of perspectives that we want to make sure that our law enforcement officers have in the course of their training, just as we would for attorneys. And I would say, in contrast to your point, Representative Novotny, I suspect there are some medical schools actually that have some folks who are teaching there who probably did more than watching Grey's Anatomy, but may not themselves be medical doctors, and yet can really provide a lot for the education of our physicians. And the same should be true of law enforcement. Thanks.
Very well. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, members, I'm in favor of this amendment. I went through the law enforcement back in the old technical colleges or technical institutes up in Hibbing. A great course up there. But one thing I remember seeing above the sign, or above the door of the supply room, is your education starts your first day on the job. But we also have to have properly trained before we get there. I just looked up the St. Paul Civilian Police Academy. It's a 10-week course, 3 hours a week, 30 hours. Our EMTs are required a lot more than that. $30 hours of looking at just getting not even a nanogram of what it is like to be a peace officer does not qualify for somebody to be an instructor in law enforcement. Law enforcement is a different world. It takes a special person to be willing to do it. The instructors I had all were former law enforcement, except for some of the required classes like psychology, report writing, stuff like that, that was done over at the Hibbing Community College. But the main gear and the main objectives were taught by former law enforcement officers who have an understanding what goes on in the street, what things can happen and how quickly they can happen. Without that knowledge and that experience, you're doing a disservice to the individuals going into the field. And I do believe to be an instructor for law enforcement, especially for the core issues, which there are a lot of them, it needs to be somebody that understands law enforcement, has participated in it, and has a good knowledge of what can happen when you do the wrong things, and help them do the right things from their past experience of what works. So I would support this amendment. I would request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Representative Johnson, it occurs to me that there's no language here that says someone who is or has been a peace officer can't be offering or training. And so I'm not quite sure I really understand what the problem is that we're trying to fix here. I am convinced by Representative Pinto's argument that a well-rounded education is one that's provided by a myriad, a diversity of experts in a number of fields. And I think one of the things that I think has been admirable about our law enforcement approach in our state relative to certification is that we have, as a state, expected a very strong, high quality exposure to post-secondary opportunities. A visit to any campus is going to show you there's a diversity of instructors teaching across a subject, a broad subject, a broad scope of subject areas. That also extends itself out into our ongoing training. And so I'm not sure what it is that we're trying to do other than perhaps limit this field to similar people just talking to themselves. And I just don't know how we develop good policies and in a better society when you know, only one type of person, you know, is the person that our professionals are expected to talk to and interact with. So a roll call has been called.
Chair Mariani,
Representative Johnson.
I can give you a good example of why it's important. One of the issues that law enforcement has been dealing with for decades is mental health issues. Back in 1987, our law enforcement association asked the mental health field to come and do a presentation. We still have the state hospital running in Cambridge, so we had them come over to do a training of how law enforcement can work with them. And when we deal with somebody on the street that has a mental health issue, they're out of control, what works so we can actually help them better. And it was going through the training. Training was very good. It gave us a lot of good insight. And it's a tough situation to deal with because there's not one thing that works. You have to just try multiple things to try to get the person to calm down. But we had, at the time, the chief of police of Cambridge, Gary Lampert, asked a simple question. When these techniques that you're teaching us do not work, what do you do? And their comment was, call law enforcement. And then he realized he was teaching the law enforcement. If you don't have law enforcement instructors that understand what goes on, what can happen, wrong information is going to be taught. And wrong information is not the information that needs to be done. We need instructors for our law enforcement personnel that understand law enforcement, have worked it, been in the field, and have a good grasp and good knowledge of what's going on, knowledge of the laws, knowledge of how to properly deal with individuals and in different circumstances, and pass that knowledge along. There's no greater education than the knowledge of a wise person who's walked the walk. And that's why it's important. In fact, our state statute requires it. We're now getting people that do a 30-hour course, never worked in the field, and a 30-hour citizens academy does not qualify somebody for understanding law enforcement. That's why this amendment is important.
Representative Johnson, I respect you and I respect your views. I'm just not convinced that barring someone who is a mental health expert from providing insight to our law enforcement is a wise thing to do. And I'm also not convinced that the answer to whatever problem might be there, because I still don't know what it is to simply limit the exposure of our law enforcement folks to a broad array of professionals that can help them to be better professionals. I just don't know any profession that would approach its work in that way. And, you know, I guess we have a difference of opinion on that. Representative Opiate.
Thank you. I'll be short in my summation here, Chair Mariani. Waited 35 years to say this. The only person judged more than a cop is an NFL quarterback. And, you know, the provisions of the law already allow for guest speakers and people with expertise to come in and speak. One of the best teachers I ever had in college was John Tierney, who was an attorney with Hennepin County Attorney's Office. Great teacher. I learned a lot from him. But to be fair, John had never been a domestic. He'd never had to make a decision that would forever change his life or the life of anybody else involved in the incident. And I'm pretty sure that if you really get down to the specifics of teaching, if you want to go back to the medical field, that I wouldn't be allowed to teach open heart surgery. With that, I ask for your vote.
All right, Representative Devani renews his motion that the A30 Amendment be adopted. Clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani,
No.
Chair Mariani, nay. Vice Chair Frazier,
No.
Vice Chair Frazier, nay. Representative Johnson,
Aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson,
No.
Representative Edelson, nay. Representative Feist,
No.
Representative Feist, nay. Representative Grossel,
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hollins,
No.
Representative Hollins, nay. Representative Hewitt,
No.
Representative Hewitt, nay. Representative Cleavorn,
Nay.
Representative Cleavorn, nay. Representative Long,
No.
Representative Long, nay. Representative Lucero,
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller,
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny,
Bonnie, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill,
O'Neill, aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Pinto,
No.
Representative Pinto, nay. Representative Poston,
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh,
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang,
No.
Representative Vang, nay. Representative Zhang,
No.
Representative Zhang, nay. That concludes roll call with 8 ayes and 11 nays.
With 8 ayes and 11 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A30 Amendment is not adopted. We have the A15 Amendment.
Mr. Chair, I will offer that.
Very well. Representative Lucero offers the A15 Amendment. And Representative Lucero, I think you've got an amendment to the amendment as well.
There is, but let me just make a few comments here first, and that is, I appreciate the conversation we had on the bill hearing a month or a month and a half ago. And then I appreciate the conversation we had here recently, but I've been doing some more thinking on this particular amendment and the language. And I've been thinking that, so just a refresher of the background, I introduced this bill originally last year in the special session when we were having the conversations on reporting or the duty to report potential uses of excessive force. And then subsequently to that, Chair Becker-Finn had her language that has become law, but that language has become law for less than a year now. And so there's that, and then there's so I think I want to allow for the current change in law to be in effect longer before we begin to expand on it. And then additionally, the conversations which actually Representative Grossel brought up, I don't remember where it was earlier in the conversation today in the committee, that the post board does continue to have more and more responsibilities, but is understaffed. And I think there is a recognition of that. And so this would even add on to and compound that existing understaffed problem. And so for that, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I am going to withdraw the A15 amendment. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Representative Lucero. Maybe you just stunned me when you called me the speaker, because it's like one of the last things I ever want to do is to aspire to that post. All right, so Representative Lucero withdraws or is not going to offer the A15 amendment. Did you move already?
No, that's correct. I'm withdrawing the A15 amendment.
All right. We do have the A19 amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's mine.
Excuse Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Representative Frazier.
Yes, sure. I was kind of caught off guard with Representative Lucero withdrawing that amendment because I support and I like that amendment. Is there a way that I could move forward with that A15 amendment?
There certainly is. Why don't we deal with the Howlands Amendment first, and then we'll come back to you. Representative Howlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have the A19 Amendment, and I would like to move it.
Very well. Representative Howland moves the A19 Amendment. Representative Howlands.
Thank you. This amendment requires DPS to issue a grant to an organization with experience in studying issues relating to community safety and criminal justice for a study on the effects of requiring police officers to carry liability insurance. If committee members may remember that I did have a bill that was initially a bill to have police officers carry liability insurance. We amended that bill to create a study to investigate this. And then unfortunately, we didn't have time to hear that in committee. And so this is just a furtherance of that amendment. We are having DPS issue a grant to an organization because DPS themselves did not feel that they were the right people to conduct such a study, to learn more about this particular program and the costs and benefits to it. So we are looking to appropriate $100,000 in 2022 to fund that grant that would be coming from DPS.
All right. Discussion on the A19 Amendment. Representative Frazier, was that your hand up from prior? Or is it now?
It was up from prior, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, put that hand out, man. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, I don't even know where to begin with this amendment. There's a reason that qualified immunity is out there. It's to cover not only law enforcement, it covers the governor, it covers us. If we make a law unconstitutional and somebody gets in trouble because of it, they cannot sue us for voting for a law that we made unconstitutional. It's there for a purpose. Like I say, I don't even know where to start with this. So I just oppose it completely, and I do request a roll call.
Representative Johnson requests a roll call. Representative Johnson, this is a study.
Yes, it is a study, and it's, if you want to do a study on just on law enforcement, do a study on repealing all qualified immunity for everyone, not just one particular group. You have teachers, you have lawyers, you have we have a prosecutor who refused to prosecute a pedophile, internet porn, going after a person on trying to go after a young child on the internet, all because the parent found out who it was and turned them into law enforcement because it was a citizens initiated investigation instead of a law enforcement, and the county attorney Freeman refused to prosecute. There's that he should be sued for that, but he has qualified immunity. He has it has the issue of prosecutory discretion. If you're going to look at qualified immunity for one particular person or one particular group, you have to look for it all. And I do request a roll call.
Representative Johnson, I don't see the word qualified immunity in this amendment. As to the broader issue, we don't have jurisdiction over most of those. You certainly can bring all sorts of amendments relative to, although prosecutors might fall in the judiciary committee. But it seems to me if the argument is that we should know, about, these liability issues, then it seems to me the responsible thing to do is to study it before we act on it. That's good legislating as far as I'm concerned. Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely agree with everything that you're saying. I really think that a study is a very responsible way of moving forward with this. And qualified immunity isn't what is at issue here. This is professional liability insurance. I would note that although qualified immunity might cover people like prosecutors, we are still, still have malpractice insurance that covers lawyers who are covered by qualified immunity. And so the two are not the same and not mutually exclusive. And therefore, I would, yeah.
Well, thank you, Representative Hollins, because since we are public, I certainly do not want the public to be confused that you're moving a qualified immunity amendment. In fact, as I'm scanning through the entire list of amendments, I don't see one qualified immunity amendment or issue on the table. I just want the public to be very clear about that. Representative Pinto.
Oops, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note, not so much about the underlying proposal, but the proposal under consideration, but just Lee Johnson just made some comments about a decision not to prosecute a case. And I just think we need to be really careful in various directions in terms of commenting on specific prosecutorial decisions or specific decisions about cases. I have no idea what he's referencing, to be honest, but they really struck me as being concerning and would, I think, regarding whichever direction we may be talking about a case. So I just would like to just urge that we not go there with that kind of thing.
Representative Frazier.
I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I'm a little bit I'm really disappointed. We've had several conversations with law enforcement associations. We talked about this study. We've been clear about what the study is for. So to hear again, one of our own members mischaracterize this in this way, it's just really disappointing to me. I mean, we are in the public record right here. I want to make sure the record is clear. This is not a study about qualified immunity. But I will say this, right? It is a study. It doesn't take a position. I think it's fine to do a study and we can take a look to see where we're going from here around having liability insurance. But I will say this, right now, our taxpayers are on the hook for any situation that happens. When these settlements are paid out to the tunes of tens of thousands to millions of dollars, and as they have been over the years around the country, taxpayers pay for that. We're talking about personal liability insurance where now you're paying a premium. You're not paying tens of millions of dollars out of the coffers that are being taken from taxpayers for a situation that should not have happened. So I just want to say, keep that in mind. This is something that study would absolutely take a look at, but we please stop mischaracterizing the legislation that we're bringing forward. We're trying to take positions that are going to help law enforcement. Please stop mischaracterizing this legislation.
All right. Representative Johnson, is your hand up from before or is that up again?
Just a couple more comments. With the liability issue, and I know where it's going, I've been here long enough, but I want to remind the members of one thing. A lot of times these payouts that are done by the city, especially the city of Minneapolis lately, they're being paid out without going to court, without the officer's consent to sign off. And when they do the payout, the city is saying the officer is guilty, whether he's guilty or innocent. He has no say in that decision. The officer could be 100% correct, yet the city pays out just so they don't have to go to court. That has not, the city has other than the paying the bill, it's not a black eye on the city, but it's a black eye on that officer who may have done nothing wrong. What we need to start looking at is looking at these payouts. We have a lot of people that file suits just to get some money and be given go away money. We need to start standing up for our officers who are doing the right thing. Go after the ones that don't, but if they're doing the right thing, we have to start standing up for them. And this is not their way to do that. I know what's going to happen, who's going to get, but this is the wrong way to do it.
Representative Long to this study amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I just want to say that no city wants to pay out tens of millions of dollars from taxpayer money to settle a case. The reason they do that is because they know that if they go to trial, they're going to pay even more money for cases where there are as egregious facts as the George Floyd case or as the Justine Damon case in my district or other cases we've seen from the city of Minneapolis or other cities. So this is not a reflection on the this is not intended. That's a pretty remarkable statement that I heard from Representative Johnson, that this is intended somehow as a slap in the face of the police officer. This is an attempt to protect the taxpayers of cities from facing even more liability. And if we want to reduce those costs, and I think there are a number of provisions in this bill to help try to make sure that we don't have situations like the one in my district with Justine Damon or the George Floyd situation that are leading to these enormous settlements.
Thank you, Representative Long. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Long, you touched on some of the things that I was going to say. I mean, I think you got all these lawyers here. Now we're reacting to, just giving away money when we're evaluating the case to our clients. But I will say I have to just comment to the comment that Representative Johnson made about the go away money. I mean, we're talking about families that lost family members. They're not going to have Christmas with them anymore, Thanksgiving with them anymore. They're not going to celebrate birthdays or milestones. It's not go away money. And it's offensive to call it go away money. You can never bring those individuals back. It is some accountability, but it is not go away money.
Members, I would encourage us to be a bit prudent in terms of how we characterize some of these provisions. I understand the strong emotions and aversions that we may have. We are public, and I think Representative Frazier just expressed why it's important for us to be mindful here. Representative Hollins, I guess you get the last word here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I suppose my last word would just be, Representative Johnson said this isn't the way to do it, and I think this is exactly the way to do it. This is a way to find accountability for the bad apples that are in our policing system, and it's done in a very neutral manner, where there is an outside agency that determines the risk and assesses that risk in a number of different ways. Insurance companies are interested and eager in being able to do this, and they are separate from us as legislators, from the judicial branch, et cetera. This is something that would, much like car insurance, if you are too much of a risk, you cannot be insured, and that's something that is, removed from whether what I think and what you think, and is based on facts and risk assessment. So. And furthermore, this amendment is not about actually providing that insurance. What we're doing is just a study on whether or not it's even feasible and the pros and cons. And for that reason alone, I would highly recommend a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hollins. Representative Hollins renews her motion that the A19 amendment be adopted. The clerk will take the roll.
Mariani.
Aye.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier.
Aye.
Vice Chair Frazier, aye. Representative Johnson.
No.
Representative Johnson, nay. Representative Edelson.
Aye.
Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist.
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel.
No.
Representative Grossel, nay. Representative Hollins.
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye. Representative Hewitt.
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleavorn.
Aye.
Representative Cleavorn, aye. Representative Long.
Aye.
Representative Long, aye. Representative Lucero.
No.
Representative Lucero, nay. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes no.
Representative Mueller, nay. Representative Novotny.
Aye, no.
Representative Novotny, nay. Representative O'Neill.
O'Neill, no.
Representative O'Neill, nay. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston.
Nay.
Representative Poston, nay. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, nay.
Representative Raleigh, nay. Representative Vang. Representative Vang, Representative Zhang,
Aye.
Representative Zhang, aye. Representative Vang, that concludes roll call with 10 ayes and 8 nays.
10 ayes and 8 nays, the motion prevails, and the A19 amendment is adopted. Representative Frazier, I'm circling back to you. I believe this is regarding A15.
Yes, Chair, I would like to move A15. I think it's a good amendment. I hope that Representative Lucero will rethink that and join us.
Very well. Representative Frazier moves adoption of the A15 amendment. Representative Frazier.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think, in this situation, I don't think this would be overburdensome for post. I think they're going to get new staff. I think, again, this is a situation where collecting this type of data, it falls in line with what the post board is responsible for, and it's regulating our peace officers and the law enforcement agencies that they work for. And collecting this data will go a long way in helping them do that. I see it working in tandem with the early warning system that the post board has been tasked with putting in place. And I would urge members to support this amendment.
Very well, members. Discussion rather. Representative Hollins, I see your hand up. I don't know if that's from before, but.
That's from before. My apologies.
Yeah, it's good. It's getting long. I know it. We're almost there. Discussion, members. Very well. Representative Frazier, roll call or voice vote is fine?
Voice vote is fine.
All right. Representative Frazier moves adoption of the A15 amendment.
And Chair, I hate to interrupt. There is an amendment to the amendment on this one.
Oh, there was a technical fix to this. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. And what's the amendment number on that?
A37. It's A37.
A37. Representative Frazier, do you want to move A37? I think it's pretty simple.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yes, I'd like to move A37.
All right, tell us about it. Representative Frazier moves A37.
A37 just moves to delete a repetitive sentence on line 2.2.
I see it. Yep. All right. Pretty simple, members. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails, and the A37 amendment is adopted to the A15 amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the A15 amendment, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
Mr. Mariani, do we need to say the A15 as amended?
I'm sorry. Thank you for catching me before I finalize this. So let me back up. All in favor, thank you, Representative. All in favor of the A15 amendment as amended, please say aye.
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 All same sign. Motion prevailed. And the A15 amendment as amended is adopted. All right, now we're on to the A5 amendment. Is anyone moving the A5 amendment?
Mr. Chair, I am moving the A5 amendment.
Very well. Representative Mueller moves adoption of the A5 amendment. Representative Mueller.
Sorry, of course, my notes went someplace else as I'm trying to talk. There it is. So thank you, Chair and members. So the A5 amendment redefines a felony. Under current law, Chapter 609 defines a felony as a crime for which a sentence of imprisonment is more than 1 year. Article 6 of this bill contains provisions of House File 614, which reduces a gross misdemeanor penalty to not more than 1 year to not more than 364 days. If this bill passes into law, there would be a 1-day gap between gross misdemeanor penalty and the felony penalty. We need to adjust this, the definition of a felony so that we do not have this 1-day gap. So this amendment would redefine a felony to mean a crime for which Sentence of imprisonment is for 1 year or more may be imposed. And so with that, I would encourage a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Mueller. Representative Pinto, I believe this is your provision in the bill.
It is, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Mueller. I credit your sincerity in working this through. I will say this is going to get a little bit confusing, everybody, but I guess the bottom line is going to be that I'm going to urge rejection of the amendment respectfully. So it's not actually true that the underlying bill changes the definition of a gross misdemeanor in quite the way that Representative Mueller said. So the situation is that under current law, a sentence that is between 91 and 365 days is a gross misdemeanor. And then above that, 366 or more days, so 1 year and a day more is a felony. Members will recall that when we heard the underlying bill that this comes out of, we talked about the problem being that that under current law, if there's simply the term gross misdemeanor, the automatic sentence for that is 365 days. It's the top of that limit, 365. And we have this problem that that's interpreted by the federal government as being a felony, when under Minnesota law, it's really gross misdemeanor. The way that we've addressed that in the underlying bill and then in the chair's delete all amendment is to say that when there's a gross misdemeanor, the automatic sentence is 364 days. But that does not leave the gap that Representative Mueller referenced. 365 days is still a gross misdemeanor under both current law and under the law if the bill passes. On the rare case that somebody would get a 365-day sentence, that would still be a gross misdemeanor. And we want that to be the case because why would we want to have it be that we're going to sort of increase the size of people who are getting felonies? The reason that this amendment is a real problem, though, is that what the bill does is that it's retroactive. And what it would mean is that the people right now who've received 365-day sentences, and we heard from city attorneys about this would really cause a real problem sort of looking backwards in terms of converting what are currently gross misdemeanors into felonies, which is not what we want to be having happen at all. And would really cause a lot of trouble. So I had, when I saw Representative Mueller's amendment, I contacted some of the stakeholders, put this together, as I say, contacted city attorneys through them, and had heard a lot of concern about it. So, but I want to make sure members understand it's not the case that there's this 1 day gap, this sort of no-go zone. If somebody were to get a 365-day sentence, it'd be tough for a judge to do that, but if a judge chose to do that, that would still be a gross misdemeanor. It's simply the default gross misdemeanor sentence shifts to be 364 days, which is what we want, because that way under federal law, it also is considered gross misdemeanor as well. That's kind of confusing, but hopefully it makes sense to everybody as I've walked it through. So again, Representative Mueller, thank you for the suggestion and trying to fill that in. But your amendment, I think, would cause quite a few problems if we expanded felonies to add that additional day.
All right, further discussion, members. All right, I'm not seeing any further discussion. Representative Mueller renews her motion to adopt the A5 amendment. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
No.
No.
Motion does not prevail, and the A5 amendment is not adopted. All right, we're getting there. The A26 amendment.
That's mine, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Representative Long moves adoption of the A26 amendment. Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for the Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act language, and there was a lack of clarity about the length of relief that individuals could get for the earned incentive release credit, and the interaction between 17% in the bill and 50%. So we're trying to streamline the language so it's much easier to follow, and it will make clear that there can be that if the individuals who are incarcerated earn it, it can serve as little as 50% of their executed sentence in prison. So trying to add clarity with this amendment.
All right, discussion, members. Representative Long, I think you just wore everybody out. All right, so I'm seeing no discussion. Representative Long renews his motion to adopt the A26 amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. motion prevails and the A26 amendment is adopted. Next is the A3 amendment. Is anyone offering the A3 amendment?
Chair Mariani, the A3 amendment is my amendment.
Very well. Representative Poston moves adoption of the A3 amendment. Representative Poston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The A3 amendment amends Representative Long's Clean Slate Act bill, which, I think there's a lot of good things in this bill, and I want to just mention that first. I think auto expunging misdemeanors is a really good thing for low-level crime offenders. I think it creates some efficiencies in the courts. I think in the long haul, it's going to save the state money. And I think it's, overall a good bill. The part that my amendment addresses is the felonies that get expunged. So basically, this amendment just removes the felonies from the expungement list.
All right. Discussion, members. Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Poston, you and I have talked about this, and I think we can agree to disagree. We do have a really broad group of stakeholders that have worked hard on this bill, and that includes support from the county attorneys and support from, I think, a broad left-right coalition from the Americans for Prosperity to the ACLU. And there was agreement on this very narrow list of felonies, which are the felonies that are currently eligible for expungement. And these are fairly rare felonies. They don't happen that often. And so for those reasons, I think the County Attorneys Association felt like these were worthy of inclusion in the bill, and I'd like them to remain there. So I would respectfully oppose the amendment.
Chair Mariani, I would like to ask for a roll call, please.
Roll call's been requested. Further discussion? All right, I'm not seeing any. So Representative Poston renews his motion to adopt the A3 amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
No.
Chair Mariani, nay. Vice Chair Frazier.
No.
Vice Chair Frazier, nay. Representative Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson.
No.
Representative Edelson.
No.
Representative Edelson, nay. Representative Feist.
Nay.
Representative Feist, nay. Representative Grossel.
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hollins.
Nay.
Representative Hollins, nay. Representative Hewitt.
Nay.
Representative Hewitt, nay. Representative Cleavorn.
No.
Representative Cleavorn, nay. Representative Long.
No.
Representative Long, nay. Representative Lucero.
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto.
No.
Representative Pinto, nay. Representative Poston.
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh.
Holly, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang.
No.
Representative Vang, nay. Representative Zhang.
No.
Representative Zhang, nay. That concludes roll call with 8 ayes and 11 nays.
Okay, with 8 ayes, 11 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A3 amendment is not adopted. Members, next up is the A32 amendment. Is anyone offering that amendment?
Chair Mariani, that'd be mine.
All right, Representative Johnson moves adoption of the A32 amendment. Representative Johnson, to your amendment.
The A32 amendment deals with privately run prisons. I'm going to start off with, I have no intent ever to have a privately run prison used by the state of Minnesota. Now what I'm going after here is being able to rent a facility that isn't owned by the state. We have facilities, Appleton, the state could rent it. But if we do that, it would be run totally by state employees, state union employees. Or a county jail run out of room. In fact, that happened in my county. We had what was called the Harder Hilton. There was a pod of 6 rooms offset at a hotel that the county rented. Those on work release could go there. It wasn't county owned. We manned it. But it gave room in our jail for the other things that we needed because we had a small jail at the time. The current bill would not allow the county to do something like that. To rent out a facility to have those on Huber or work release to be able to go into the community, go do their jobs, keep money going into their family to help support their families. But with the current bill, the way it's written, that cannot be done. And this tries to change this. What this does is, as long as the government operates it, staffs it, and runs it, they can lease a facility. In fact, our Department of Corrections right now lease Togo, although it's from a different state agency, they actually lease Willow River. They could actually find some places around the state where they could lease, because we have a number of campgrounds and different recreational areas that have shut down due to COVID. And they probably are not coming back, where the state could lease that property and set up more programs like Togo and Willow River, programs that actually work. But with a bill like this, that could not be done. This amendment tries to fix that. So programs like that could be offered. We have the other issue, the way this is written, if a individual has to go to the hospital that's in a county jail. We don't have a lot of county hospitals anymore across the state. Very few of them. And I've been there where the person is in the hospital, yet they have a guard there because they're still in custody, and the time in the hospital still counts as time in jail. But the way that the current bill is written, that's in the omnibus bill, I'm just looking at Ixani County. The nearest county hospital, I believe, might be Hennepin County Medical Center. So we'd have to bring him down there, even though it'd be something minor for a couple of days where he could spend the time at the Cambridge Medical Center. But that's owned by Alina, so you can't do that. This is trying to fix that issue where if we can rent the space and the government run it, we can still do that. Under the current bill, it can't be done. And I do hope you will support this amendment because it gives especially counties an option, especially when they're using the work release and other programs, so they don't have to continuously put them in the jail, where they could actually rent space for them, and a facility that is less intrusive. They can come and go when they need to, but still have responsibilities, and use some of the facilities that are probably going to be shut down because they're never going to open up again because of some of the things the governor has done. So I do ask for your support.
All right, discussion, members. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, I think the spirit of this legislation was to get rid of the prison for the profit prison industry, right? But by what I'm hearing Representative Johnson say, and Representative Johnson, correct me if I'm wrong, we would then allow our government entities to lease these buildings from these private entities, which would mean we would still be providing them a profit to use to incarcerate people. Because if that's the case, then I think that violates the intent and the spirit of the actual legislation, and therefore I would encourage members not to accept this amendment.
Further discussion, members? All right, hearing none.
Chair Mariani, I was waiting to see if anything else before I went on.
Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, members, I do hope you understand in greater Minnesota, it's a different world than in the metro. We have issues that are different. We don't have the space a lot of people have, and it's much cheaper renting a facility to house people for humor or work release than building a facility. Yes, does somebody have, but we're not building something, having them build something for us to rent. We're taking what's available and using it for what we need. Now, I did mention Appleton, and the state could rent that, and we might have to, and if once COVID gets done, because I have a feeling we're going to have an explosion in the prison population. Once the courts get up and running with a lot of people sitting on hold, because we haven't had that many court cases being held, only those that absolutely have to. But if the state just bought that, the city would be in the school district up there would be in trouble. That would be a lease to own. Give it time for the economy to build back up. The company during the lease would still be paying property taxes on it to the community and to the school district, the county, the city. But that there again, lease to own, and after a couple of years, the state could buy it if it was needed. Much cheaper than building something brand new that we don't need, might not need in a couple of years. But that's a whole different story. I'm talking about how it affects local county jails and jail facilities across the state. It would be one thing if you just set this up just for the Department of Corrections, but you shut down a lot of things across that affects the county jails as well. They don't want to use them. They've never used private facilities. They don't need to. But I think this is just an overreach that we could actually, because I've seen the effects and how well it does work when it needs to be done. The Hilton worked well for 15 years before we finally were able to get a new jail built. So with that, I do hope I wish you would accept this amendment because I think it's a good compromise. It'll keep private prisons from ever running in Minnesota, but give the state some flexibility if they need the space.
Representative Johnson, you and I have long been in agreement on the issue of private prisons, and I'm glad that we're no longer doing that in our state. Other states who have done that have gotten themselves in a ton of trouble, and it took them forever to dig out of it at incredible cost to the taxpayers. So I do appreciate where you're coming from on this generally. I do think that it's important that we focus as much as we can our efforts, and we're seeing that throughout good chunks of this bill. With our second chance work with Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act that's coming forward from the Department of Corrections, to really increasingly move ourselves away from warehousing individuals. No doubt there will always be individuals that need to be in prison, and certainly there are people who need to be in jails while they're awaiting adjudication and trial processes. But there's so much promise in community-based supervised work. I think that's really the future for us, and I don't at all read any ill intent. On the contrary, to your amendment, but I'm going to respectfully oppose it and really want the state of Minnesota to really focus less on, those big facilities and more on the other approach to helping our citizens correct wrongs and get themselves where we want them to be as good citizens. All right, with that, Representative Johnson renews his motion to adopt the A32 amendment. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Oh,
No.
No.
Motion does not prevail and the A32 amendment is not adopted. All right, let me get my notes. Where did they go? Oh, here they are. The A8 amendment, is someone offering the A8 amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's my amendment.
Very well. Representative O'Neill moves adoption of the A8 amendment. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my amendment, what it does is it deletes Representative Feist's bill for the Restorative Justice Act for veterans. And it replaces it with my language that fixes a lot of issues that we have discovered through committee work and other work that are in this bill right now. And let me just briefly go through what some of my concerns are and how my language in this amendment would fix that. So first we start with, so this is the Veterans Restorative Justice Act, and we start at a severity level 7. So for the public that's out there, and even many, many members don't understand what severity level 7 is. So one example of a severity level 7 crime would be domestic assault by strangulation. So a domestic assault means that a person strangled a husband or a wife, a child, maybe an elderly mother or father that were living with them. So really anyone that is living within that home. So a strangulation happened, and so that cuts off either blood or airway, and they are sometimes seconds away from death. It is a very severe crime. Strangulation is often fatal. In this case, it would not have been fatal, but it could easily become fatal. So this is a very, very serious crime. So we start with that severity level crime. Then we go to come before court, say there is a charge, they come before the judge, and the judge has to do a fact finding. And they have to determine that that person is in fact one that serves or has served in the military, that they suffer from an applicable condition like a traumatic brain injury, an addiction, a mental health issue, PTSD, something like that. Now, when you think about, as you know, there's many conditions that are listed here, those are just a few. But when you think about someone that has a traumatic brain injury, your behavior is very, very difficult to change or control at times. So there's a concern there as well. So anyway, so if you have to have an applicable condition, then you have to, that this condition was caused by military service, is what the language says. And that it was, the crime was committed as a result of service. So the judge has to find that those three conditions are in fact true, that they have that fact. So then the judge, if the defendant says, I want to go through this diversion program, the judge has no option. The judge, it says shall. So the only option is the judge has to have these three facts that they find. And once that is found, then the judge has no more option and they must put this person through diversion. Now, the prosecutor has no say. The victim, more importantly, has no say whether or not this process moves forward. So then after this process moves forward and there's different conditions, they can go to treatment, education, other things that are supposed to help change their behavior. But again, I bring you back to the fact that they could have a traumatic brain injury, which is very, very difficult to treat. Anyway, so then after they've gone through this period of time and they've been on probation and they have gone through treatment and education and other things that are supposed to help move him along, then they come back before the judge. Now, let me just stop here just for a second and explain what my bill is different. So in my amendment, I should say, I changed the judge shall to may, so that the victim, the prosecutor actually would have a say, and the judge could actually determine, is this a good case or not to move forward with this diversion program. So that's one big change. Then after all of those, that time has passed and they come back before the judge to say, okay, I'm done with everything. Then there's 4 conditions that the judge has to look at. And the original underlying language, it says that they just have to substantially comply with the conditions of probation. So that doesn't mean that they have to, in that moment in time when they're in front of the judge and the judge is making a determination whether or not to dismiss those charges and to actually cause the charging and everything to literally disappear from public view. They don't have to be in compliance with probation at that moment in time. And what's different in my amendment is that they do, that they says you have to be in compliance with probation when you come back in front of the judge. The next condition is that they have to successfully participate in treatment. It doesn't say they have to finish treatment. In my amendment, it says you actually have to complete treatment. So my amendment would say you have to be in compliance at that moment in time when you're in front of the judge. You have to complete treatment. You have to no longer be a threat or a danger to others, including the victim. And that you've received a significant benefit from other things. There's a whole list of things, treatment, education, so on, so on, so on. So those are some big factors. And then, so the biggest concern I have that's still in the underlying language is the fact that when you get through this whole process and the judge has decided that those 4 factors have been met, again, participated in treatment and not completed and not been in compliance with probation, then that record, so the case is dismissed and that data now becomes non-public data, even to prosecutors, corrections, probations. They have to actually get a court order to be able to see that. And the only place that data is now held is at the BCA. So I'm not sure, but it sure seems to me like in the underlying language that when you do that and you force all of law enforcement, corrections, and the prosecution to actually get a court order to see it, I have a fear that that person could then have their gun rights completely restored. So in my in my amendment, that option would not be there because we're just making this information remain to be public. So I know that Representative Feist and I have worked on this bill, but after it left our committee, she and I haven't worked on it anymore, so I'm not sure where she's at. We had a few small changes that we made, 4 or 5 in this amendment that I have. There's about 16 changes that I really think are really important to protect victims from violence and to make sure that if we're going to do a diversion, that we actually hold them accountable to make sure that they actually are getting treatment, that they complete treatment, that they're in compliance with probation, things like that. And also that at the beginning of this whole process, that we're not ordering a judge to force someone to go through this process or force the judge to say that they have to go through this process. Because at the tail end of this, again, that data is non-public. Even so, I think we care about collateral consequences, but this is just a bridge too far, I think. So that's essentially on a high level what this amendment does and why I brought it. And I still have just deep and vast concerns with the underlying language. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill. Discussion, committee members? Representative Feist.
I will lower my hand. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative O'Neill. I do appreciate all of the conversations that we've had and the amendments that we have made as a result of those conversations. I do believe have improved this bill. And I will resend you an email that I sent after our last committee hearing, because there are a number of issues that you raised that if we can come to a larger agreement, I there are some issues that you raised that I'm comfortable addressing. And so I'll resend that again. In general, for the purposes of this hearing today, I'd just like to emphasize that the language that I introduced was approved by stakeholders after a number of years of discussions. Those included prosecutors, public defenders, national experts, and the veterans groups. And those experts all came together along with victims advocates and believed that the language that I introduced is structured in a way that will protect victims and serve veterans. And so at this time, I would urge members to vote no on Representative O'Neill's amendment, but Representative O'Neill, I will follow up with you after this hearing as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Feiss. Further discussion? Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, Representative O'Neill, I want to thank you for bringing actually a good comprehensive bill dealing with this issue. We want to do all we can to support our veterans, but we also want to make sure that we support our victims. And I think your bill, your amendment balances that very well. And it also doesn't infringe on the third branch of government, the judicial branch, where we're physically telling them they have to do something which we don't have the authority to do. With that, I want to thank you again. I do hope that the members will take this, and I would like a roll call on this.
Roll call has been requested. Further discussion? All right, so no further discussion. Representative O'Neill renews her motion to adopt the A8 amendment. Clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani,
No.
Chair Mariani, nay. Vice Chair Frazier,
No.
Vice Chair Frazier, nay. Representative Johnson,
Aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson,
No.
Representative Edelson, nay. Representative Feiss,
Nay.
Representative Feiss, nay. Representative Grossel,
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hollins,
Nay.
Representative Hollins, nay. Representative Hewitt,
Nay.
Representative Hewitt, nay. Representative Cleavorn,
No.
Representative Cleavorn, nay. Representative Long,
No.
Representative Long, nay. Representative Lucero,
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller,
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny,
Body aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill,
Aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto,
No.
Representative Pinto, nay. Representative Poston,
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh,
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang,
No.
Representative Vang, nay. Representative Zhang,
No.
Representative Zhang, nay. That concludes roll call with 8 ayes and 11 nays.
With 8 ayes and 11 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A8 amendment is not adopted. Members, I think we're on our last amendment. Too good to be true. The A18 amendment. Who's offering the A18 amendment?
That's Representative Novotny.
Representative Abdi. Moves adoption of the A18 amendment.
For sure, it's my last amendment for the day, so. Chair Mariani, I was looking in the current definitions for a crime of violence do not include the crime of sexual extortion. Provision of the sexual extortion statute 609.3458 include contract and penetration. The language is very similar to the other criminal sexual conduct bills. The things that can be used is using threats to expose immigration status, withholding housing, and release of private sexual images that can be used to blackmail the victim. In essence, the only difference between sexual extortion and criminal sexual conduct in state statute is the persuasion or the force used. With CSC crimes, it's usually threatened force, or in some cases, inability to say no. But either way, the end goal for the actor is the same as in a CSC case, and more importantly, the devastating effect on the victim would be the same. So my amendment would just be to include that this be included as a crime of violence.
Very well. Members, discussion? Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Representative Ani. I think this is a terrific catch. And I did just check in with the author of House File 707. This comes from Representative Moeller, and she agreed and is supportive. And I think it's a great catch to kind of tie things together. So would urge members to support the amendment.
Terrific. Any further discussion? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I also want to thank Representative Novotny for that catch. And I feel like I've read that bill way too many times. And I also want to take this opportunity to let everybody know, because we've been doing this all afternoon, but the Senate Judiciary Committee just adopted the vast majority of the language. They did a couple of amendments, as they always do, but the vast majority of 707, House Bill 707, has been adopted into their omnibus bill. So we can celebrate. So thank you for this catch. And maybe they will also move that in the Senate, because that's a really good catch. Thank you, Representative Novotny.
Very well. I'm pleased to hear of the movement of that bill in the other body. Long overdue on their part. Seeing no other discussion, Representative Novotny renews his motion to adopt the A18 Amendment. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails, and the A18 Amendment is adopted. Thank you, Representative Novotny. Members, that's all I have for amendments. And so I suspect members will want to make some comments here, but the motion before us is that the House File 1078 as amended be referred to the Ways and Means Committee. Members. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to make this comment somewhat facetiously at the end after Representative Neal's comment, but I'm now realizing it's actually relevant to this discussion now, which is just to note that adding House File 707 to the Senate version to the Senate bill, I suspect may have tripled the size of that bill. And the reason that I note that is just to note, Mr. Chair, for your ambition and our committee's ambition in really doing a lot of work together the last few months. This is an extensive bill. It is, again, an ambitious bill. I know that there are components that there's a lot of disagreement on, and that's, I think, pretty inevitable in the process. And we in the Public Safety Committee, I think, to a certain extent, are at the leading edge of a lot of issues in society that we're trying to work through together, those of us representing all different parts of the state. But Mr. Chair, I feel like you've done just a terrific job in steering us through those discussions. I think that there's just a tremendous amount to be proud of here. There is a lot that many of us would like to go a heck of a lot farther on as quickly as possible. And I know that there are concerns that members have as well, since we're getting a little bit of feedback. There we go. But I think that overall we can be really proud. And as I say, we're moving because there is a great need in our state to continue moving forward, and it feels like we're really doing that. And so, thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for diving in and for pulling what is, I think, a really strong bill together. So, thank you.
Thank you for your big role in that, Representative Pinto. Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I'm, as a new member this year and getting used to the whole legislative process, it's been really good to be able to have experience in finding ways that we can agree and finding ways that we can support something that we all hold so dear, which is to to really value public safety and the difficult work that our police officers do, and the difficult work that is ahead of us as legislators as well. But I do want to note that it has been a frustration of mine to have so many really amazing bills ahead of us also be put together with things that are so controversial. And that has been a real eye opener for me as a new first termer. And so I just wanted to take a moment just to read from, I do represent Southern Minnesota. I proudly represent Southern Minnesota, and I have in constant contact with my sheriffs that I represent, and I'm so honored to be able to share their voice today. And so I really wanted to share from Dodge County Sheriff. He posted this today as people were asking questions about some of the things that we've been talking about and debating here up at the Capitol. And he had this to say, and he had a long Facebook post, and at the very end, he wrote this: with the changes already made to the use of force standards here in Minnesota, we are being forced to look at the possibility of not being able to respond to many mental health calls, suicide threat calls, juvenile calls due to the added liability that the state is placing on the officer. With the threat of repealing qualified immunity, that may make the list of calls we can't respond to even bigger. The state is going in a direction that may force us to make some drastic changes in how we respond to calls in our community. And none of us here are convinced these changes are going to be good for our country and the families that call it home. Your Sheriff, Scott. And I think that it's important for us to listen to the people who are doing the work on the ground. And because of the people who I know who work so diligently to protect us, and it pains me to see some bills that I know that I have authored and to see them included in this omnibus bill, and I'm so proud of them. But then to see so many things that pain and frustrate and worry our officers, it's because of that I am concerned with this, and I will be voting against this omnibus bill today. But I thank you so much, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to be having the very first time of introducing a bill ever in a committee. So thank you for the experience, and thank you for this time that we've been able to do this together. I'm just, because of the people who I represent and their concerns, I need to vote no. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Mueller. You've acquitted yourself well in this committee, I must say. And I'm glad that you were added to our committee. I almost always refrain from rebutting any sharing that members have generally about a bill, because the moment here should be your moment. But I must reiterate for the public that there is no qualified immunity provision in this 230-something page bill. I would challenge anyone in Minnesota to name me the page and line in this draft, in this bill right now, where qualified immunity appears. And so I think it's really important, members, that we can certainly disagree with one another about provisions that are in the bill, but it just simply is out of bounds. I'm not saying you're out of bounds, Representative Mueller, but it's simply out of bounds for any even just common, sense, fairness of having a decent debate for anyone to make something up about a bill. We have plenty of things that we're going to disagree on. Absolutely, that's the nature of this issue. I would encourage you to encourage your sheriff to give me a call. We can have that conversation. Love to have it. I've been in conversations with the Sheriff's Association, with the chiefs of police, with the MPPOA, with my, some of my own local law enforcement, with state, so that's a conversation I'm more willing to have, but the conversation needs to be based on fact and not on things that just simply aren't there. I totally get people may be afraid and they, they just sort of, will jump to some. I'd be glad to help correct the record for them. But because we are on the public record here, it's just really important for me not to rebut anything you're saying, but to clearly articulate for the public that qualified immunity is not in this bill. Thank you, Representative Mueller. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what you just said. I was going to point out the qualified immunity thing again. I'm just trying to find a way to stop having things mischaracterized. So thank you for pointing that out. Now, I want to say there's an old adage that says that budgets reflect your values and they reflect your morals. This bill, what we're seeking to do is not only have some reform in our criminal justice system and in our law enforcement system, but we're also putting resources toward it. That's not coming from the Senate. That's coming from this House bill. We're putting resources toward where we know there needs to be change. We're putting resources toward providing more body cameras. We're putting resources toward studies to see how we can improve the system that we currently have. Those things are going to create and provide more trust within our system. If I'm a police officer and I'm talking to some rank and file officers, I want a profession that has high standards. I want a profession that holds me accountable and holds my fellow officers accountable, because that's a profession I'm going to want to stay in. That's a profession that I'm going to know that's going to have some trust in the community, because they know that it's high standards and they know that there's going to be accountability if something goes wrong, right? We're not saying, and I've never said, and I talk often about my relationships with law enforcement and some of the officers close in my community. I've got some really good relationships. So I've never wanted to say that all cops are bad, but I am anti-bad cops. And a lot of what I'm hearing is people are saying that we need to support law enforcement, but it also seems at the expense of supporting bad law enforcement. And we can never stand for that. I can never stand for that. That's why I support this bill. I think we've got some really good stuff in here, but it's also just one more step. We had some reform last year, but there's still a ways to go. And I will constantly remind us, until we're not in the spotlight. We are in the spotlight because some really bad things happen. A man lost his life right in the streets of Minneapolis for the world to watch. And the world is watching us right now to see what we're going to do. We can either be leaders, or we can stand for the status quo, and we can protect something that has not been good for our communities. And we need to be leaders. We need to be leaders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Frazier. Also good to have you as a first termer on this committee. We've been graced with just some great new elected representatives to our body on this committee on both sides of the aisle. Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the committee, and I want to thank you, Chair. This is my second term being on this committee, and it hasn't gotten any easier, and it's not supposed to be easy. I realize these conversations, some of the bills that we have are hard for me, but I also have to understand that I'm supposed to be uncomfortable in this time right now that we're in, because a lot of people have been uncomfortable for a really long time. And so I just ask that we continue to have compassion. I have so much respect for our Republican colleagues on this committee. I think once we all are in a room together again, we can have that camaraderie. We can have that togetherness. But all of our Republican members and our Democratic members are good people. They all ran for office for good reason. And so I just want to remind everybody to give each other some grace. And I know that this is a hard time, but we're going to get through it. And it's important that we talk about these bills. It's important that we do something for Minnesota. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Edelson. And glad you're back on the committee, by the way. The only other person I see at this point is Representative Johnson. I tend to want to leave our minority lead to be the last voice from the minority party, and then I want to have some room to make some quick closing comments as well. We have 9 minutes left, and so Representative Johnson, you're up, and then I'll close this out, and then we'll move to a vote.
Chair Mariani, members, first of all, I have to apologize to Representative Pinto for the echoing that occurred. My iPad was about to die, so I had to switch to my phone and I didn't get things shut down quick enough. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for a long committee process this year. We were increased our time by 1/3 compared to normal. And I want to thank not only John Holquist, but all of the DFL staff that worked on this. It was a lot of work, a lot of time spent, a lot of weekends missed with their family because of all the work that's been done in this committee. On the this is my 5th term. I've been on public safety my entire time. The last 2 bienniums, this would be the first and second time I cannot support the public safety bill. I wanted to. But there's some things missing in it that are very important. First of all, what's one thing that's missing is the SAFE Act. It's nowhere to be found. It should have been in this bill. It's important. It's important for the safety of the citizens of Minneapolis. It's important for the safety of the citizens all across the state of Minnesota because that could be used anywhere. We don't know what's going to happen with the trial. Yes, are the officers going to go help out? Absolutely. They help anybody when asked, they will help. When the time comes, they'll help each other. Unfortunately, it's be on the backs of the property taxpayers across the rest of the state if they send their officers down there to cover those costs. Another thing that's missing that is very important is the Eric Mattson bill. An officer was shot in the face responding to a call. Thankfully, he survived, but it's changed him for the rest of his life. That's not in this bill. Even though it passed out of the Senate 66-0. Another interesting thing is the chiefs of the police, the Minnesota Sheriff's Association, and MPPOA, the largest peace officers organization in the state of Minnesota, have all sent letters of opposition to this bill. So what is in it? A reduction of sentences to 50% time for time served. The judge could give a person a sentence of 10 years or 20 years, only does 10, and then with the probation after 10 years would be 7 more. Even though he was sentenced to 20 years, counting all his time, including probation, would only be 17 years, less than the time you're supposed to serve. Also in there is a way to hide violent offenders from public records. Violent felonies, the public would not know about it when they do a background check. And then another issue is limiting the training funds. The $6 million per year we give to law enforcement agencies to help pay for the training. It was used to be divided by the total number of hours and the officers that departments have. And it was given out evenly across the state. And now it's a grant, but only limited to the few select items for training. Now, a department last year might have done all 16 hours required last year for everybody's licensing cycle. A lot of departments set their training up a year or two in advance, so they know what they're going to do, make sure everybody's got their requirements done, and they set them up in stages so everybody gets them. But now we're limiting what the training what the reimbursement is, even though out of a 3-year, 48-hour licensing requirement, we're only covering 16, and depending where you fall in your licensing cycle, there's anywhere from 42 to 50 hours of required training. But we're just going to be reimbursement on 16 hours of those 48 for the next 2 years.
Representative Johnson, I'm going to ask you to leave me at least a minute so I can speak as well.
I will do that.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to ask my members to vote against this bill. There's a lot more I could talk about it, but we'll be doing that on the floor. And with that, I do want to make sure that we have a roll call on this bill.
Representative Johnson, there will of course be a roll call on this motion. Let me try to be very quick so I can make the time here. Members, I guess it's not unusual to talk about what's not in a bill as an argument to not support it. The issue is there are so many incredibly good things in this bill that cut across all sorts of interests in this state. That's the nature of this bill in general and of this committee in general. And very quickly, by the way, as the author of the SAFE Act, I just want to remind everyone, this committee passed that. I'm the author of that bill. Brought it up on the floor. I didn't get a single vote from our minority party for that bill. Hopefully that'll change at some point, but we're not here to talk about that. This bill clearly involves law enforcement, but it's so much bigger than law enforcement. And if we only characterize it as a bill about law enforcement, which the SAFE Act clearly was, but this is not, then we're not doing justice to all sorts of vitally important issues of our society. Frankly, there is a lot of support for law enforcement in this bill. Those training dollars, we extend them for a year. The other body hasn't done that. Not only that, but we've done cost of living increases for those training dollars so that those monies can actually keep pace with inflation so that law enforcement is getting real dollar value out of that. We stepped up big on body cams, which so many of our law enforcement communities want, and our citizen communities also want. That's new. That's a big step. We even protect our law enforcement entities from the infiltration of white supremacists. It is a national problem. The president has spoken to this issue. The Secretary of Defense, a retired 4-star general, has spoken to this issue, made it real clear there's no room in any of our safety, in that case, in the national level, domestic safety, international safety. That's also true here. There should be no room for the infiltration by racist supremacist groups to abscond with our public safety systems. We raised the salary for law enforcement of a number of state law enforcement officers, licensed officers in Minnesota. We raised their salary in this bill. We strengthened our early warning system, the pulse board that we created, in order to assess those who are in disturbing pathways and patterns of behavior, and in worst case, to be able to arm our local CLEOs to be able to take strong action based on good data on officers who are violating consistently our laws. We hate to admit that that happens, but it does happen. We need good, strong accountability systems for that. We strengthen a permissive approach to civilian review consoles and we regulate no-knock warrants, a very dangerous practice that needs to be regulated in that post-secondary, or rather, I'm in education again, that our peace officer, law enforcement community knows that it's important to have strong regulations so that we're not putting our peace officers at risk as well as putting our civilians, regular civilians at risk. But boy, you get past all that, that's only a part of this bill. You have the Clean Slate Act, which advances bipartisan second chance so that people can get on with their lives and we can stop putting barriers in front of them in order to be productive citizens. That's bipartisan support across the nation. We have a monumental Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act brought forward by the Department of Corrections so that those who are incarcerated can have real incentives that are measurable, not just ideas, but are measurable so that they can re-enter society as productive, powerful, good neighbors. We do ongoing funding so that Minnesota can heal, especially for those who have suffered from sexual assault and from domestic abuse. We help equip citizens who are willing to step up and stand up for their communities and often work with our police officers in order to provide safety for their communities. We promote prisons and jail safety. We heard heart-wrenching stories of young people who were treated horribly in our facilities and they died. There's bipartisan support for that. We have common sense juvenile justice reform, including making sure that we minimize, at the very least, the shackling of kids, of strip searches of kids, of sticking kids in solitary confinement. We create the Office of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives. We run with the Department of Corrections Healthy Start Act so that pregnant women who are incarcerated have a place where we can avoid the trauma that their soon-to-be-born children could face by being separated and/or in an incarcerated state. We strengthen our ability to combat sex and human trafficking, which still is a huge, huge stain and just horrible reality for so many people in our state. We improve the reporting of crimes motivated by bias. And we have that provision that a number of you spoke to, and there's incredibly strong bipartisan support. Certainly has been here at the House. It's good to see that the other body is finally doing this with the criminal sexual conduct reform that comes out of a lengthy, careful working group to address criminal sexual conduct in our entire statutes in our state, in particular to address that intoxication and consent issue that the Supreme Court spoke to and just woke up all sorts of Minnesotans in terms of how we have statutes that are just stacked against particularly women, but are stacked against anyone who's a victim of sexual assault. This bill is a powerful bill that involves law enforcement, but it goes way beyond that. And because of that, it really deserves the support of this committee. I want to thank you all for working so hard to construct it. I'm just a traffic cop here. And it's been my privilege to play that role with you. And so with that, members, the chair renews his motion that, House File 1078 as amended be referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, and the clerk will take the roll.
Mariani,
Yes.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier,
Yes.
Vice Chair Frazier, aye. Representative Johnson,
No.
Representative Johnson, nay. Representative Edelson,
Aye.
Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist,
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel,
No.
Representative Grossel, nay. Representative Hollins,
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye. Representative Hewitt,
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleavorn.
Aye.
Representative Cleavorn, aye. Representative Long.
Aye.
Representative Long, aye. Representative Lucero.
No.
Representative Lucero, nay. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes no.
Representative Mueller, nay. Representative Novotny.
Novotny, no.
Representative Novotny, nay. Representative O'Neill.
O'Neill, no.
Representative O'Neill, nay. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston.
Nay.
Representative Poston, nay. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, nay.
Representative Raleigh, nay. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Zhang.
Aye.
Representative Zhang, aye. That concludes roll call with 11 ayes and 8 nays.
Well, members, on a vote of 11 ayes and 8 nays, the motion prevails. And House File 1078 as amended is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Members, please stay tuned for notices about possible informational hearings. As I mentioned earlier, we had a couple members who have particular interests, and I think it's important for us, if we could find a time, to reconvene and hear those issues. And hopefully also prepare ourselves for next year. It's never too early to start thinking about that. Until then, watch your emails and look forward to seeing you all again in the upcoming debates and discussions on this bill on our House floor. So until such time, this committee stands adjourned.